This meeting is now called to order. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cons,
Here.
Mrs. Shandy,
Here.
Mr. Wilburn,
Here.
Mr. Salt.
Here. The Pledge of Allegiance this morning, or this afternoon, will be led by me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Matson Bonet, are there any updates to the agenda?
There were no updates to the agenda.
Are there any updates to the agenda from the board? May we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Moved. Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cons,
Aye.
Mrs. Shandy,
Aye.
Mr. Wilburn,
Aye.
Mr. Salt.
Aye. All right, thank you. Our order of business today is to go through interviews to fill the vacant seat on the Board of Education. Our candidate at 1 o'clock is Mr. John Ullman. So if you would like to stand up at the lectern, we will get rolling here. Little bit of logistics we'll go through. There are 13 questions and you'll have about 45 minutes or so to get through those. We're going to round robin these. I'll ask the first one and then each in successive order. If you have any questions, you may ask for clarification anytime, and then we'll have some time at the end for you to ask questions of us. You should have a water and a set of the questions there for your reference. Anything before we get rolling here?
Have the candidates been given a pad and pen just in case they want to make notes to themselves? That'd be a bad idea.
Yeah, thank you. And just to confirm, did you get the policies via email?
I did.
Okay. All right, wonderful. Just want to make sure. It's part of the questions. All right, so we'll go ahead and get started. Tina will bring pad and paper, so if you need to take any notes, you'll have that available to you. So first question, why are you interested in being a D20 board member, and what experience do you have being a member of a board?
All right, well, good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and make my case for appointment to the Board of Education. My background really consists of two careers, one in the military and one in education, to include high schools and higher education. In my 24-year career in the Air Force, I'm proud that most of that time was in Air Force Special Operations Command, serving both as a pilot and a staff officer, and later in my career as a commander of a multi-service pilot training squadron and a deployed operations group commander. During my career in the military, I was fortunate to receive mentorship from some great decision makers, leaders that were making decisions that affected lives and security of our country. And in time, I was fortunate to be in the room during strategic planning and strategic decision making in the immediate aftermath of September 11th. Why this is important is because I learned about and observed effective and decisive decision making. And this is why I think this experience could be beneficial to District 20. I learned these great decision makers had a thought process they always followed. Since some people have a misconception in the military environment, I want to detail some of the things I've learned. I was nurtured in this environment where I was taught to expect hard work, both myself and others, and to be an expert in my craft. I was expected to be an independent and critical thinker. I was always sought out for alternative points of view and courses of action. Importantly, everybody in the room was always a good teammate. Commanders were decisive and gave clear and consistent direction and feedback. Commanders evaluated the effectiveness of their decisions, solicited feedback, and made changes when necessary. And we always kept a laser focus on our mission. Because of these expectations and the investment in developing our team and the focus on mission and developing trust, we were always able to band together swiftly and effectively when needed. As I progressed through my career and later was a commander, my decision-making process was always informed by these experiences. I always felt accountable to my mentors and my peers during this process. As many in this community well know, at some point your military career reaches its end. With this change came the opportunity to move my family anywhere we wanted to go. Highest on my list of priorities when looking at this was education, both for my two sons and for me to pursue my passion in education. We came up with a criteria, and here they are. We wanted a place where school choice was allowed. We wanted a place where my kids would be challenged academically and nurtured. We wanted a place where the community valued parents' rights and the supremacy of parents' choice in the development of their children. We quickly narrowed our search and came down to Colorado Springs. And I don't think the mountains actually hurt that process at all. When we told our realtor about our priorities, he just simply said, "You need to be in D20." I'm grateful that my kids succeeded in this district, and I'm very appreciative of the great teachers, staff, and administration in the district. I also had the opportunity to begin my second career in education, following my passion. Like many, I was drawn by the opportunity to continue to serve my country and to use my experience to develop future leaders. My first job was as a classroom teacher at the Classical Academy, a school chartered by District 20. I then had the opportunity to lead adult education extended studies here in Colorado Springs for a local university. Then I got what I consider the golden ticket. I got the opportunity to stand up a new Air Force Junior ROTC unit in a different district. This aligned perfectly with my commitment to service and developing young people's characters. Throughout my over 10 years of education service, I've sought to remain true to the principles that I learned in the military and to be accountable for sustaining the principles I believe in. While some people may think that the military and education are very different, in many ways, they are very similar. I find that education is filled with people with a passion to have a positive impact on youth in the community. Educators have a commitment to be experts in their craft. Educators, most importantly, have a commitment to service. It is impossible to compensate educators commensurate with their impact on the community. As my career in education progressed, I always felt I had more to give when it came to leadership and developing highly effective teams, and to have a positive impact on education. That is how I find myself before you today. The board asked me to propose 3 goals I would pursue if selected for the board. My choices were guided by my experience in both the military and in education. These goals are always laser focus on academic achievement and growth. In the military, we would call that our primary mission. Improving communication and trust in the district, and improving organizational effectiveness. And I look forward to providing and describing how I'm uniquely positioned to do that within the district. So I'm ready for your next question.
Thank you.
Mr. Ullman, how would you describe the ideal relationship between the board and the superintendent?
Well, it's teamwork. I mean, I in one word, that's it. As an aircraft commander, we had different levels and different responsibilities on that team, but we either accomplished a mission together or we didn't. There was no chance of one of us succeeding and the other not. And that's what I consider teamwork to be. So I don't know how to operate in an environment where you don't have a good relationship. And I want to be a good teammate. I don't want to be part of a team that doesn't have a good relationship with the superintendent and the board. If I'm contributing in that, then shame on me. Shame on me. You won't find that'll happen. And I say that based on my experiences in the military. So in one word, teamwork. And I know we have that already, and I want to contribute to that.
Scenario for you. A parent sees you in the grocery store and tells you about an incident where their child was bullied at school. What would your response or action be?
Okay, I would obviously collect some information. I think there's some legal requirements for me to pursue. So I would come back and I'd make sure that we have contact information to let that teacher know we care, to make sure that there's some resources in the community, and to make sure that that gets to the administrator that's in charge. That's really something for the administrator of that school to take care of, and for administration. I don't feel that's the job of a board member necessarily to do that, but it would be my ability to generate trust there, to make sure that that would be communicated and put into the appropriate channels, and then I would follow up to make sure that happens.
Thank you for your service in defending freedom in our country, sir. What did you fly?
I flew the MC-130.
MC 130. Very cool. Question. Tell us about a time when you were on a high functioning team and how you contributed to the success of that as a member of that team.
Well, I mean, there's so many. I mean, it's just going through my mind. You know, I'm always kind of, I tried to draw the comparison between education and the military and the things that are important. My career you know, I mean, it's hard to compare being a crew member in combat and in charge of a team with education, all of that. I think there are some similarities. So I would have to go back to my military career, and I'll just tell you a quick story. I was aircraft commander during Desert Shield, Desert Storm, and I didn't realize how scared I was to go into combat. Yet I was leading a team of 8 other people that were depending on me to do my job. And I tell the story to my students sometimes that I couldn't stop my leg from shaking. And my load master came up to me and he goes, "Sir, are you scared?" And I realized at that point, this was a test of leadership. And I had to say, "You bet I'm scared." And then he said, "You know, I noticed your leg was shaking." He said, and he was senior to me. He was a little bit older than what I was. And he looked at me and he said, "Sir, we need you to lead. We're all scared." And I think about that for a long time, about leadership and being on a high functioning team and realizing that you can learn from the people that are around you, regardless of what level they are. And that when you're in it as a team, you're all in it together. And that's what I seek. That's the kind of teammate I am. That's the kind of leader I am. I can't imagine being on a team that's not like that. And I know how to get there. So that's something I think I can bring to the board. So thank you for your question.
Thank you. What would you do as a board member if the whole board votes and makes a decision that you fundamentally disagree with?
Once again, it's being a good teammate. I've been, you know, operated from the tactical to strategic level in the military. I've been in higher education. I've worked in a high school building. I know people don't always agree. I think there's not many times I don't disagree with people. And you're going, "Well, how do you say that?" I go, because I think in order to disagree, you have to have a relationship. And you need to invest and develop a relationship. You need to be able to communicate, and you have to understand how to build trust. And I find when people trust each other, they can fundamentally disagree, and it's okay. I think being able to disagree is very powerful. You mentioned high-performing teams. That's the most important thing I've seen on high-performing teams. We have the ability to disagree. We have the ability to resolve those differences. And we're always able to walk out of that room speaking with one voice, knowing that you've been heard, knowing that your point of view was listened to, and knowing that you're not always right. And typically I've found a lot of times in that process of disagreeing, you actually come up with a better solution. So I don't think it's necessary for me personally to be right, but I think it's important for us to make the right decision for the mission. And as long as we're doing that, I think it's okay.
Thank you. What is your view of policy IJL 1, 2, R, and E regarding library books?
Okay, well, I did review the policy, and so I have lots of questions. I mean, there's a revision in October and November on that policy, and so something's been changed. I personally don't know what that change is. I'm going to answer the question without knowing what that change is, so that you can understand some of my critical thinking skills or the way I look at it. First of all, I noticed the change. I also noticed that at the end, there's something I guess I fundamentally disagree with, or fundamentally disagree with how that got into the policy. So if you look at in there, I mean, it's in IJLR2. That means something to you. I guess it's the way we have to get there. If you go down to number 9 in the criteria process, it says, despite its inclusion of content or language that may be considered offensive, graphic depictions of violence or sex, for example, The relative literary value of the material as a whole outweighs its potential to offend. Having been at the strategic level, that doesn't sound like guidance that should be out in policy. It sounds like a value judgment to me. It sounds like something that, so I don't necessarily agree that it should be in here. Whether I agree with the specific instance where you're gonna apply that to, maybe, maybe not. But I don't think that needs to be in board policy. So I would recommend we either reword it, revise it, or remove it. I have a feeling, and this is just interesting to me, that it's also the last one in that whole list. So to me, it seems like we might have had selection criteria for books or a review process that was good. And then all of a sudden somebody adds one at the end. That's typically what happens. So I don't know if that's the case. I'm kind of thinking it might be. So I think it should be reworded. I don't think it needs to be in board policy. What I would recommend, having looked at the criteria for revisiting books, is that, you know, we keep those things in mind. It's like, does it improve academic growth and achievement? Does it improve communication trust? By all means, I don't want to get between our librarians. My neighbor was a librarian at Doug Valley for over 30 years. I'm going to be accountable for her for decisions we make. I think we need to trust the librarians to choose the right books. Obviously, there's going to be instances where these come up before the board, and I'm not unaware of some of the things that have been out there. That particular statement and a board policy, in my opinion, if you want a firm, decisive answer, does not need to be in there. And let me tell you why. Because that is a risk assessment. That says, and it's making a value judgment, that it's okay to have offensive language or graphic sexual content if, because the literary value is greater. That is a value judgment. It doesn't belong in board policy. That is a risk assessment. Now, when you are considering a certain piece of literature and whether it should be in there, it should go through a process, and we should do that. I would recommend that we change that form in our whole system to risk assessment. What if there's an alternative that you can achieve the same literary value or the same educational value without depicting graphic violence and sex? I would say that is a better option for our children. This policy seems to go around that. We should debate that during a risk assessment. What is the risk of keeping that in the library versus the risk of keeping it out? I have a long history in risk assessments in Special Operations Command dealing with very sensitive subjects, and I'd like to bring that to the board. I think we should change that to a risk assessment. In my personal opinion, that doesn't belong in policy. That involves the risk assessment, changing the reconsideration form and the stakeholders as they go in there. Because what I would like to find is if there's, I don't know how you quantify literary value. I don't. That's outside my wheelhouse. There are probably people that can do that and inform us on how to do that. I need to know that. But I also, as a critical thinker would say, is there an alternate book that can achieve the same thing without those? I would ask that question. I also think it's okay with limited time and limited resources in a learning library, not a public library, not a bookstore, that's okay to have a selection criteria that's different. We run a learning library, not a public library, not a bookstore. You should be able to get those. You can go get that book probably overnight, at the most 2 days with free shipping. You have the right as a parent to do that. We don't have an obligation to provide that necessarily in a learning library. So those are my initial thoughts. I haven't gone in depth, but I can bring some of those thoughts to the board and actually improve some of the decision making as far as selecting. I don't want to select library books, but as far as if it gets to us through the administrative system, and there is, they need our help, that we can help them with that.
What is your understanding of our policy related to clubs in schools?
I know what your policy says. I'm not sure exactly how it's administered. I haven't been involved in that. I've been involved in other districts. I've reviewed the policy. I don't really see a problem with the policy. Is there an issue with it? Which I would ask administration, issue we need to change in and look at the policy in the boards or policy? I'm a little bit wary because some people are wearing red. Do we have any Kansas City Chief fans in the? Okay, well, I'm sorry. I'm gonna use this anyways, okay? 2 weeks ago, if you're familiar with the great play, Patrick Mahomes passes off to Travis Kelce. He catches a ball, backwards pass to Tony, touchdown to win the game. Except for that poor referee that threw the flag for offensive offsides and called that play and in people's understanding determined the outcome of that game. I would propose that referee did not determine the outcome of the game. The referees just weren't clear and consistent in applying the rules that were there. And that led to that issue. So I think that referee that threw the flag and interpreted the rule and did what they were supposed to do, we should not, like some people have, attacked that referee. I think as a board or the referee association, we should get behind them and say, you did exactly the right thing. We should also acknowledge that the other referees, because offensive offsides is not always called. We know that. Sometimes they give you a do-over. They go up there and they tell you, you're offsides, move back. I'm not sure what that policy says, but I know that referee did the right thing at the right time. I know those other referees did what they thought was the proper thing at the right time. That makes them both okay. What happened was they strayed from the intent of that rule, and it created a big issue in the NFL. I think they're even talking about it today. I think there are even some fines thrown out there. So I think they need to realign. I think there's lessons to be learned as far as leadership. I think there's lessons that will be learned as far as administrations and boards that we can take from that as we witness those things. And as you see the NFL, they're quickly trying to get back to the game, back to their mission, which is entertaining. Because I'm tired of hearing about offensive offsides, quite literally. You just need to get back to the game. So regarding school clubs, I just want it applied like it is. I want it to be consistent. I think if it's drifted, if that's the issue, then we need to go back and tell administration that we're concerned about the drift and what can we do to help and support that. That doesn't make any decisions that have been made necessarily right or wrong. Doesn't mean certain people are bad or good. We just need to get back to the team sport, which is academic achievement and growth.
I've got your next one. Academy 20 continues to review and improve overall security in our schools. What are some of your ideas related to school security and how we could strengthen or improve security in our schools?
I don't know. Got an expert right there. I would solicit their response. I do have, I've been involved in security, overseas, protecting our troops with Air Force Special Operations. I've been a deployed commander. There's nothing more important than safety and security. And we need to always be vigilant, always take care of some things. I have some specific, once again, concerns about consistency and attention to detail. I had some concerns when I was a high school teacher. This would drive me crazy. That when we had a drill, when certain teachers wouldn't take that seriously, and some of the students decided it was time to goof off or leave campus, because I would tell those kids, guess what? I've been in a building when a bomb's gone off right outside. I've been in a building when it's been on fire. That's the wrong time to be figuring out what you're doing. So at least let's meet halfway. Okay? We don't have to be quite that intense, but we should treat it seriously. So I think we should treat, our drills very seriously. I think we could have independent people, maybe some community members come out that have experience in that and maybe give us some feedback and see what we do. So I think we should collectively do that. But when you're talking about safety and security, and I have some other thoughts that I don't really want to throw out, just because of my background and what that AFSOC's mission and some of those things. And I'd be happy to do that later in a public forum if that's the case, but I just don't think we have the time. So I think we can be certainly consistent, deliberate, and make sure we do it and take it seriously. And I think that would accomplish 60% more maybe than what we're doing right now, just based on my experience as a teacher.
Thank you. Student achievement is a priority for District 20. What is your understanding of student achievement in the district, and how would you support our district to increase student achievement and growth?
Well, it's a high achieving district. I mean, we're accredited with distinction. I think that should mean something for about 10 minutes. And then I think we should get back to focusing on how we can improve that. I'm going to address some of that maybe in my closing remarks. There's always room for improvement. There's always drift from what we should be doing. As far as that achievement, we give direction. The administration goes out and takes care of that. I'm a firm believer that the people in the trenches should be the ones that we're motivating and we're allowing to do that work. I'm very concerned about retention right now. I think that retention of good, solid teachers with experience is the best way to continue on with academic and achievement and growth. If we're continually training our teachers as they come in here, that's going to reflect in our students. If we can keep teachers for 1 more year, 2 more years, or increase that percentage by a couple percent, that increases time, space, and opportunity to increase student academic achievement and growth. Having high standards, I think, is important. Providing additional resources when people are struggling, I think, is very, very important. I think teaching from failure is very important. That's the best way to grow, is actually fail and have somebody that cares enough about you to take time and effort to mentor you, as they did me, and you'll be better for it. So these are some of the ideas I have. I think we do a pretty darn good job. That's why I selected my students to go here, and they've been doing great. And I'd like to be part of that and continue on that path to looking at how we can do better.
Thanks, Mr. Ullman. And we're probably about 25 minutes into your interview, just to gauge our time here. D20 is a policy governance district. What is your understanding of policy governance and the importance of the board ends?
All right, so we, yeah, I mean, the board gives policy and we don't execute things. We give broad in my world, that would be strategic guidance. And then we monitor that and make changes as required. I don't think we directly rate anybody other than maybe the superintendent. Once again, when you're on a team, I think if we're rating somebody that sits next to us, under us, or above us, anything different than excellent, then I'm probably not doing my job either. So, you know, within a Board of Education, I've been a member of a Board of Education. Okay, so I think that's okay. I think I bring a lot of other skill sets and maybe a different perspective to the board that would be of benefit. I intend to be very strategically focused on achieving and making sure that we are looking at the metrics that are provided to us and making sure we're looking at the correct metrics, just not the ones that we've always used in the past. But I think there's always an opportunity to measure new things and come up with new ideas. Because it goes beyond just monitoring. Okay, we should be directing. We're not monitoring anything. We're looking for slight nudges in this great district on how to make ourselves better. So, not sure if that's what you're getting to, but those are my feelings on your question.
Thank you. The Global End Statement identifies knowledge, skills, and character as a priorities across our district. How will you support the district's continued work with character education?
Oh, wow. I'm an Air Force Junior OTC instructor, developing citizens with character. That's what we do. I mean, you have a great, he was here at the last board meeting, right? Colonel Rob Huber, a good friend of mine, 14 years in the business. Not only a great friend, but as I stood up my unit in a different district, he was my mentor. I went to Rob. I know he's the best. You got the best. Don't lose him. It's central to what we do. I mean, I can think of you know, we have a requirement to teach civics, and it's outlined there, and I think we should teach civics. And I know we do. And I know there's a lot of good teachers out there that teach it with, you know, gumption and effort. And I think we as a board need to support that. I think it's okay for our students to see us to disagree. So going back to that question, what would you do if you disagree? I would be a good example to our students on it's okay to disagree. And it's okay to disagree with the decision. I think that's important. And to be quite honest, I'm a little bit concerned about that. I'm a little bit concerned about our relationship with our stakeholders and that ability to disagree. And I think I can bring some thought and some experience in dealing with that would be helpful to the board. So for me, that's it. I mean, we need to develop citizens first. The education is very important, very important. That's what we talk about all that time, but that foundation of citizenry, it's foundational. You can't have academic growth and achievement without basic things. We don't swear. We don't kill people. We don't do bad things. I think we can get down to fundamental truths in every society and in every segment that are just foundational. And sometimes we lose sight of that about all these other things that are really just a distraction from what we should be doing.
That's a good segue. Our next question is, how will you work to build trust and confidence among all stakeholders in Academy District 20?
Sure. I think it, you know, boils down to communication and being out there. I'm retired. I plan to work full time doing this. I'm all in. I plan to be out there talking to anybody that wants to talk to me. And I know there's some legal requirements as a board, you know, we'll figure that out. So communication and developing trust. So and hearing alternate views, I mean, that's the most important thing. And going back to my experience in the military, making sure if people understand that you're willing to listen to them and you're considering that, and they see your thought process and they see your deliberate and they see you care, that even if they disagree with you, they're still going to trust you. So many times, I mean, in my classroom teaching junior ROTC, I go, who do you trust? And the students, you know, they point to this person. I go, that person let you down. You like them. You don't trust them. You need your teachers to develop trust. It's so different between liking somebody and trusting somebody and I think I can help us work on that. In the military, there were people I worked with I didn't like. They didn't necessarily like me, but I trusted them. And they trusted me. And so getting back to your question about a high-performing team, that's what a high-performing team is. It's not a team that likes each other. It's a team that trusts each other. And I think we have a long way to go. And I think I bring something to the board where we can explore some of those things. It begins with communication, hearing opposing views, and knowing that we agree on more than we disagree on. And then understanding, and sometimes this is the hard part, is what our role is in that organization. Sometimes, you know, you guys have been there, the superintendent's been there. Until you're in that position, it's a lot easier to be a good follower when you've been a leader, because you understand that those people have a different point of view, they're getting different inputs, and they have accountability for that decision. There's a lot of people that want to tell you what to do, but they're not willing to be accountable for doing any of it. And I think if we can talk to people and express those ideas, and quite honestly, get more of them concerned or involved in the process, improving our parent organizations, improving the amount of people that we have out there doing our extracurricular activities and co-curriculars, and they can see how the district operates, we can co-opt them and they will trust us. They won't always agree with us. I think we have a long way to go with that. And I think we'll bring something to this team as far as developing that.
Thank you. I missed something at the very beginning, so I need to backtrack just a hair and say, please confirm that if you are offered the position, you would accept it.
Yes,
All right, thank you.
I'm all in. I think so. That's another way of saying it.
You did, but it was on my notes, so I need to
Okay.
make sure that I
Fantastic.
cleared that particular hurdle. Last question, I think from us, and Nicole has one follow-up. What role do charter schools play within the public school system?
Well, I'm a big fan of charter schools. I taught at one for my first foray into education. We charter these schools. I mean, they can do different things. Obviously, they can have different hiring requirements. I thought it was great because it allowed me to get into education. I've stayed here. I didn't have to be licensed. I didn't have to go through that process. So I understand a little bit about it, and they can get some really good people. It goes back to just school choice and parent rights. Okay, I think they're very important. The role, especially making a community stronger, is being able to, if you don't like what's going on with your school, you can go to charter school, you can opt out. I think it makes everybody better. I'm a firm believer in competition, that competition breeds excellence, and we can compete and still be friendly and trust each other and build a bigger system. So I think, one of the reasons I moved here was because we had school choice. I looked at the classical academy. I chose for my students not to go there, but I chose to teach there for different reasons. So I think it makes the, I know they pay additional for our security, and we provide them some IT systems, but they fundamentally have a different charter and different board to pursue their ends. But they have to do that within, obviously, the construct of District 20. So, I'm not sure I'm not sure if we're looking to expand charter schools or not. I don't know what all the issues are around that, but fundamentally, as far as the role of charter schools, I think they make your district stronger. I think they bring differing ideas. They bring a different kind of level of competition, for lack of a better word, to make sure that you're doing the right things at the right time. So those are my ideas on charter schools, having taught in one. And I understand some of the challenges of charter schools. I mean, they just had somebody in D11 coming up for, that's coming up with a proposal to charter school. That is very difficult to do. And I really admire the people that do that. It is difficult. And I think there's been some notable failures in that. So I would hope as a board that we could nurture that charter schools as well. I mean, they wear the District 20 badge. Wearing that patch means something to me. So I think it makes us stronger. We should invest in them to the best that we can. We should support them. And I think it makes us all better because of the the school choice and parents' rights.
Thank you.
Finally, last question, mostly on you. Is there anything else that you would like to share with us that we did not ask? And do you have any questions for us?
Well, I probably have lots of questions, probably not a lot of time. But thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's been fun to sit here and describe who I am and what I think I can do for the board. And I've put a lot of thought into it. And thank you for the effort. I'm all in. I'm all in. That means something where I come from, how you say that. That means something that I'm accountable to the people in my profession. When I say all in, there's an expectation for that. And I'm proud to meet that expectation. So, let's see, Chiefs fans, sorry. Lakers fans. So let's go to Pat Riley. Okay, let's go to basketball. So we're going to transition a little bit. Pat Riley, longtime LA Lakers coach, very successful coach of Miami Heat, and now is president of that organization. He has a saying. He says, complacency is the last hurdle for any team to achieve greatness. There are so many external factors happening right now to make us complacent and draw us away from that mission. And I'm not saying we ignore them. We have to deal with them, and we have to listen to people, and we have to do those, just like the NFL referees have to go deal with their distraction. But they need to take decisive action, figure it out, get everybody on board, and get back to the game of playing football. We need to do the same thing here. We need to understand what those are and get back to doing it. Just, complacency is what's kind of has me worried. I was a high school teacher. I taught through COVID, like a lot of you, and thank you for doing that. It was crazy. And there was so much drift and people telling you shouldn't be doing these things. And I think we've continued to drift. I think D20 less than most, but I'm concerned about this drift from what made us great. I'm worried about this complacency. And identifying this drift and making sure that we're dealing with things just like the NFL referees, but we get back to the business at hand. How do we improve academic achievement and growth? I found myself in a unique position as a junior ROTC instructor and, and an educator. I'd be out there with my class, like every other teacher, but I was in uniform. And invariably I'd go out there and somebody would come up to me and they'd say, "Thank you for your service." And I was like, okay, how can I make somebody understand that serving as a teacher or staff member in education is a lot like the military, and we should be thanking those people for their service too. So I would say, thank you. I'm proud of my military service, but what I'm most proud of right now and what I'm dedicating my energy to being is the best teacher I can be. So if you can go find your teacher, your kid's teacher, your grandkids' teachers, and thank them for their service, that'll go a long way to improving the retention we talked about, because we'll never be able to pay these people enough. We just have to, we got to do what we can, but it'll never be enough. But there's other ways we can motivate them. So, that's who I am. I know there's over 4,000 teachers, staff members, administrators in D20, and I want to be able to thank them for their service. I'm going to say it right here. And if selected to the board, they will hear me say, "Thank you for your service," and they'll hear it from me often. So I hope to be given that opportunity. Thank you. I really don't have questions. I think you have further questions.
Anybody have any follow-up? All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. I certainly appreciate it. And we're going to hang out here and debrief for a few minutes, and then we'll end up taking a recess for everyone listening online shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, board. Yeah. So anyone want to start with general thoughts on debriefing Mr. Ullman?
Really strong team leader, excellent experience in leading, decisive decision-making, strategic decision-making, laser focused on his goals. You have to be in that position.
I've never known anybody who was in a command position, particularly command in combat, who wasn't extremely decisive. That's just par for the course. So I
I-
like that.
I'm sorry, Rita.
I said I like that.
I appreciated his, aside from a lot of other strong qualities and focuses that align with our board ends, I appreciated his focus, his passion for communication and trust when we are focusing so deeply on that. Right now, it was exciting to hear.
Did he say where he's GROTC?
He just said a different district.
It doesn't matter. I was curious.
Yeah, I mean, that was going back to the communication, that was one of the big things for me was that trust and communication. It does align with a lot of, what we're talking about from a strategic plan perspective. And so to have someone who acknowledges, that was part of what drew me to his application in the first place, was he spent some time talking about that. So hearing him being able to expand on that and talk a little bit more about his experience and direction and what he was thinking, I thought was really beneficial and frankly timely.
Also love that he's been in the classroom, and I think that's really, really important for what this team is missing right now. Is I'm the closest thing to that, having worked in public schools and Department of Defense dependent schools, but I was not in the classroom, and I think that's really, really important.
I think that's part of the building trust piece too, right? Is it's someone who can speak to the job and that's been there and done that. And so I think when you're starting to talk about trust and communication, having someone with a little bit of credibility goes a long way, and I think that he would bring that.
Absolutely.
You had a really good quote on the trust question. You said it's not important that I'm right, it's important we make the right decision, which sums it up pretty well.
Humility.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think the points about being able to disagree, I think that's vital to a good team. We always need at least one of us to, at least play that devil's advocate and look at the other side. Just make sure that we're getting all the viewpoints and making sure that we're not missing some unintended consequence to our decision making. And so I love that aspect of his thinking and understanding.
Sure.
And someone whose passion is for servant leadership speaks highly to me, but that dual service of military and education, that his heart has been in it his entire adult life, to have a servant, attitude.
And he's got time. So commenting that I'm retired and I plan to do this full time is noble. Because I mean, it's time consuming.
I also liked his connection between character education and citizenry and what that means for the community. I thought that was a really positive perspective.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Any other thoughts or comments?
He spent way too much time talking about the doggone Kansas City Chiefs. That's just gotta stop.
Do you like the Lakers better?
I'm just getting on Amy.
All right.
Those watching that don't know, Amy's a Kansas City girl.
Thank you, sir.
All right. If everyone is good, we'll go and call a quick recess until 2 o'clock when our next interview begins.
stand here? Oh, great. All right. You got my cheat sheet here.
You do. So thank you for coming and your interest in filling this position. We've got 13 questions for you, and then some time at the end if you have any questions or final words that you'd like to give. We're going to read the questions in order. So I'll read the first question. We'll go down the line and cycle back through, and we'll have about 45 minutes or so to get through anything to make sure there's enough time in between.
Is this mine?
Yes, that is yours. And then you should have a pen and a pad if you need to scribble down any notes and a copy of the questions so you can reference them as we go through. Before we start with the first question, I need to ask you to confirm that if you were offered the position that you would accept it.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, first question is, why are you interested in being a D20 board member, and what experiences do you have being a member of a board?
Well, I served on the District 20 board from 2009 to 2017. So that is the experience I've had on this board. Trying to remember if I have served on any other board, and I can't think off the top of my head that I have. Why am I interested in being a District 20 board member? That's a hard one. I thought about that a lot. You know, a lot of people called me and said, you should run for this open position. And I said, you know, I know what's involved. I know the work that's involved. It's a very, very contentious world that we live in. And I've seen a lot of that. And board meetings are not fun sometimes. But for whatever reason, I felt compelled to run because of just a lot of the things that are happening. I am a huge believer in public education. I grew up very poor, and you know, United States of America offers education to everybody, and because of that, that becomes a great equalizer. It allows anyone, any place, anywhere, it doesn't matter how you were born and where you were born and what your situation is, to become something different. If you want to, if you want to work for that. And so I'm a big believer in public education. And I believe that it's kind of falling apart. We've become so distracted by social issues, by adult issues, parents and teachers and public and people who aren't even invested in education fighting over what should and shouldn't be taught and what needs to happen and what shouldn't happen. And meanwhile, you have kids who don't even know how to read and write and add and subtract. And so I'm very passionate about education. And so that would be why.
Ms. Bullock, how would you describe the ideal relationship between the board and the superintendent?
Well, I mean, they need to work together. The board and the superintendent absolutely need to work together. The superintendent ultimately, you know, is making most of the day-to-day decisions. That's her job. She gets paid to do that. The board doesn't have the time to do that, nor do we want to get involved in all the little things. And so there needs to be a lot of trust. And, you know, first off, you need to hire the right person. And then you trust that person to do the job. And then the board kind of supervises, hire and fire, right? And sometimes the superintendent may call and say, you know, or you have a work study and say, I'm not sure about this, you know, what do you think? But, you know, we need to be professional and cordial and get along and be friends and understand that we are not going to agree on everything. Even as a board, we're not going to agree on everything. But we be professional about it. And so that's what I think. Thank you. Scenario. A parent sees you in the grocery store and tells you about an incident where their child was being bullied at school. What would your response be or action be?
Yes, I've had this. This has happened to me a few times. In fact, the last 6 years, it's been really nice to have been able to go to the grocery store without putting on makeup. But before that, okay, got to make sure I look good to go to the grocery store. So it's, it happens. And I will tell you what I told a couple of these parents. I was bullied as a kid a lot. And hard to believe, I know. I was painfully shy. I was so shy I wouldn't even talk to my own dad. That's how shy I was. So I was bullied a lot, and I believe that sometimes this may not be popular, but sometimes what we go through makes us who we are. And there was a study done years ago that said that if a kid is bullied and comes home to a loving home, that they're okay. And if a kid is bullied and comes home and is bullied at home, then those are the kids that have the issues. And so that's what I told that parent. I said, sometimes you cannot control what happens at school. But when my kids would come home and say, Mom, this kid bullied me, I would try to encourage them to be kind to that person and understand that maybe that person is going through something that you don't understand. And the interesting thing is, there were several instances where my kid was bullied by a certain child, and then that child became bullied years later. And so you don't know what kids are going through. And so, like I said, I would just encourage my kids to be nice to that person and teach your child to have confidence. And, because yeah, you can tell the principal, but there's always two sides to every story. Sometimes kids who come home, and in fact, I had to laugh because one day someone called me and said, this child is bullying my daughter. And I asked my kids about it because they happened to ride on the same bus. And my kid said, Mom, that child is the bully. And so sometimes you don't know what the whole story is. So yeah, that's what I would just do. Just be kind and love your kid.
Thanks for coming, Catherine. Tell us about a time when you were on a high-functioning team and how you contributed to that team's success.
Well, I guess being a member of District 20 board for 8 years, I mean, that was a pretty high functioning team. And, sometimes it was really frustrating because I didn't always get my way. And sometimes I just had to be patient and remind myself that a school district is kind of like a big old ship, and it moves very, very slowly. And so sometimes I would say things over and over and over and over and over until someone finally listened to me. And, and again, it's about being respectful of each other's opinions and recognizing that we all come from different places and have different experiences, and working together.
Thank you. What would you do as a board member if the whole board votes and makes a decision that you fundamentally disagree with?
I've done this. If I fundamentally and if it goes down to the core of who I am, then I will vote no. Absolutely. If it's something that, like they say, is this a hill you want to die on? And if it's something that's not really that important, yeah, I'm going to give in. And I'm going to say, you know what, let's do a little give and take. But if this is something that is really to the core of my beliefs and who I am, I will vote no.
Next question. What is your view of policy IJL 1, 2, R, and E regarding library books?
You know, those are kind of hard questions, obviously. Library books are interesting. I wish that they got read and checked out more often than they did. Unfortunately, I think sometimes they're not even being read anymore. I worry about putting too much focus. Well, let me tell you a story. One time, I was with my kids. We were in Canada. We were walking around this beautiful lake, and I look over and I see a bunch of naked people on the side of the beach. And instantly, I said to my kids, "Don't look," which was really stupid. And of course, what do you think they did? They all went and they looked. And I worry if we put too much focus on challenging books that we are encouraging the very thing that we are trying to prevent. That being said, I do not think that inappropriate books, I think that books need to be age appropriate, but I also think that pornographic books have no place in our school libraries. I believe, and I have, talked to counselors who have said that, actually, I read that 1 in 4 young girls will be sexually abused in her lifetime. And when I've spoken to counselors about this, they say that it's because of the prevalence of pornography. I believe that having pornographic books in our library not only puts our children, especially our young girls, in danger, but it also is a liability issue for the school district. If someone were to read those books and then sexually assault one of our students, then we become liable for that action because we encourage that behavior. So I don't know if that answers your question about that policy, but it's very contentious. I know that the district is, I believe, under a lawsuit right now. And I don't know if this is possible to get people on different sides of the aisle to speak to one another. But I would love to see us put together some kind of committee like the district did years ago with the calendar. We always, every year, had an argument about the calendar. Should we have a week of break? Should we have a fall break? Should we have a week of Thanksgiving? Should we have this? And we got together a group of parents from all levels and some non-parent community members and some teachers at all levels and got this group of people to agree on what needed to happen. And I would love to see that happen. See if we can get people to agree on what is age appropriate. Are there some rating systems out there that we could look at to decide what kind of books should be in the library and shouldn't be? And this isn't censorship because anyone can get a book in the public library. They can get it on Amazon. This is what we're spending taxpayer dollars on. This is what we want to be liable for, having students reading under our watch. So.
What is your understanding of our policy related to clubs in schools?
I believe that, clubs are allowed. And that's kind of a vague question, my understanding of the policy. Did you want my opinion on the policy or my understanding of the policy?
Your understanding of the
Okay.
policy.
So I mean, we allow clubs. I believe if they have, some kind of academic purpose, and but I don't know. Maybe we need to look at, do these clubs actually have some kind of, are all the clubs that we are allowing at the schools, do they actually have a purpose? Do they have an academic purpose? Do they have a purpose to build character like a service club? Or are they just a social club? And if it's just a social club, is that something that can be better handled by parents at home or by churches or by community centers or by the YMCA? Because these clubs, you can't just have a bunch of students meet. They have to be supervised. And if they're supervised, then someone has to be there. And so that's costing school dollars. and we're paying a teacher to be there. We're paying a security guard to be there. We're paying a custodian to be there. And so these are school resources that are being used. And so I think we should make sure that the clubs that are being offered are worthwhile, that they're contributing to a student's character or education.
Academy 20 continues to review and improve the overall security in our schools. What are some of your ideas related to school security and how we could strengthen or improve security in our schools?
You know, security is, it really is common sense, really. It's eyes and ears, people being aware and using their intuition and saying that doesn't look right. And, you know, it's interesting when, you know, when I was on the board, we put all the locks on the doors, and actually it might happen before I was on the board. And then the last bond, they did all the double doors, which actually, you know, I helped pass that bond, but then I never have actually seen most of the schools and what the changes were that happened. But, you know, I could walk into any school without someone opening the door for me, because all you have to do is wait till someone opens the door and then you just walk in, right? And so it's good that they changed to have these double doors and having someone at the front to watch and see what's going on. I think that's huge. There's always ways. It's kind of the age-old thing that the more security you have, the more you kind of inconvenience honest people, just like all the airport security. You know, bad people can still do bad things. And, you know, I think the things that we're doing, the direction we're going in, and is good. And is there more we can do? Probably, but it's mostly just, you know, just teaching our parents and our students and the teachers to be aware and don't be afraid. You know, I always say, if you see something, say something. You know, don't be afraid to say something. We live in a really interesting time. You know, when people go into buildings and just shoot people up. I mean, that didn't used to happen when I was a kid. And you know, there's a lot of finger pointing about why is this, and you know, who knows. But it really kind of goes back to character. You know, people who were raised on, you know, video games and spend too much time on pornography and staring at their computer and don't have social skills. And usually they always say that people, whenever these things happen, someone was aware of it, you know, and so just taking things seriously and having some intuition. So.
Thank you. Student achievement is a priority for District 20. What is your understanding of student achievement, and how would you support our district to increase student achievement and growth?
District 20 has always been historically high in achievement. I believe, and you know, I was trying to find the latest reading scores, and interestingly enough, couldn't find them anywhere. But you know, the English language arts, which I guess kind of goes back to reading and writing, said, like, you know, 60% of third graders are at grade level. That means 40% are not. And though we're still accredited with distinction and one of the highest achieving districts in the state, that's still a lot of kids who aren't achieving at grade level. And so that's, I think, is a huge priority. What would I do for that? I would get the focus back on education. Like I said, we've been so distracted by social issues and adult issues that I think our superintendent, our administrators are spending all their time dealing with these social issues that they can't focus on the right thing, which is academics. And so putting that priority in, and it all kind of comes from the top, you know, which is the board and the board says, this is our focus. This is going to be our priority. We want every student to do blank. And we give that vision to the superintendent, who passes that down to all the administrators and says, this is what the board wants. And this is what we're going to do. And then you put your money where your mouth is, and you look at the dollars, and you say, okay, where are these dollars going? Are these dollars going towards, I don't know, whatever. What are they going towards that isn't in the classroom? And when I came on the board in 2009, it was the middle of the Great Recession. Well, actually, it's just the beginning of the Great Recession. And it was a good opportunity to get rid of a lot of fluff that had been around for years and years and years that you couldn't get rid of until the economy crashed. Then all of a sudden you have this excuse. And over the years, as the economy does well, those programs kind of come back, and that spending kind of comes back. And so it's a good opportunity to go back and say, are we still focusing all the dollars where they need to be?
D20 is a policy governance district. What is your understanding of policy governance and the importance of the board ends?
So I understand policy governance well. Not always a big fan of it. It has its pros and cons. It's really good because, like I said, it allows the board to stay out of the weeds. We don't districts without policy governance, from what I've heard, they're voting on everything from buying buses to, hiring teachers and who knows what else. And so policy governance allows the board to stay at a higher level and set, the board ends. I think the biggest frustration I had when I was on the board is we would have these board ends that would say, we are going to achieve at this and such level. And we would receive a report that was just kind of vague. And granted, it's really, really hard sometimes to measure these things. And so that was kind of my biggest frustration, is that we need to really get down, drill down into the data and see, are we really accomplishing what the board has said we need to accomplish? So.
The Global End Statement identifies knowledge, skills, and character as priorities across our district. How will you support the district's continued work with character education?
I believe character education is super important. It's kind of the basis of all the other things. Really, I'm torn on that one, because ultimately I believe character education is a parent's responsibility, not the schools. But it needs to be emphasized as well in the schools. It also needs to be modeled by our teachers, by our staff, and by our parents too. And sometimes we allow people to come and yell and scream at the board, for instance, and that's not showing good character. That's modeling bad behavior, but it's tolerated. And I think it's huge. If people don't have character, then you don't have anything, right? You can't really learn, because you're gonna cheat. You're gonna cheat the system. You're gonna get by. You're not gonna be successful in life, or you might make a lot of money, but you're not gonna be happy. And so character is huge to me. It's really, really difficult to teach, but it is easier to model. The old saying, I'll watch what you do and not what you say, kind of thing. And so again, we cannot control what our staff does, but we can set the tone. We can model character. We can direct the superintendent to model character, and she can direct the staff to model character, what this looks like and what we expect of our people. And that's going to be the best way that our students will learn it. So.
How will you work to build trust and confidence among all stakeholders in Academy District 20?
Listening. Listening is probably the biggest thing. When I served on the board before, I made a point, I assume you still do liaison schools. Yes. I made a point of being in each of my liaison schools at least once a month and would ask the principal in advance. I'd email the principal and say, hey, I want to come visit your school. Can you ask the teachers if there's anything anyone wants to show me? And it was amazing to me how honored the teachers felt to have a board member take time out of his or her day to come into their classroom and see what was going on. And then sometimes while I was there, we would chat and it just developed a lot of trust. And they could say, you know, we need this and we need that, and this is a problem I'm having. This is something I'm struggling with. And I couldn't always fix it, but I tried. You know, I definitely tried. And so that's kind of the biggest thing, is to build trust and confidence, is to be there. You know, to be there in the classroom, to be there at their events and be supportive of the teachers and listen to them and listen to the parents. You know, so I'll listen to anyone as long as they're not yelling and screaming at me.
What role do charter schools play within the public school system?
You know, my kids never went to a charter school, but I know lots of people whose kids did, and they thrived. I think charter schools are awesome. They, you know, they do great things. Their achievement rates are really high, and so I support them.
Ms. Bullock, is there anything else that you would like to share with us that we did not ask, and or do you have any questions for us?
I don't think so. I think just and I've already said this, just a focus on achievement is what I would like to really focus on. It broke my heart that we pulled our kids out of school for 2 years. It really did. And I know that most of my friends, their kids were okay, because in fact, a lot of people said their kids actually did better because they were at home and mom and dad were teaching them, and they weren't being surrounded, particularly high school students. A lot of parents told me that their high schools actually did really well because they weren't surrounded by a lot of the garbage that happens at high school. But I also knew a lot of people who said, my kids got no education for 2 years. My sister-in-law, who works 2 jobs, said her kids were home alone all day for 2 years, or a year and a half, or however long it was that the kids were out of school. And you can't do that to kids. You know, I remember when my kids were little and pulling my daughter out of kindergarten to go to Disneyland, and the teacher gave us the hardest time. I can't believe you're pulling your kids out of school for an entire week to go to Disneyland. And I felt so horrible. And she's like, don't you know the learning she's going to miss in a week? And meanwhile, we pulled these kids out of school for, 6 months, a year and a half. And there has to be some learning that was missed. I have to believe there was some learning that was missed, but nobody really talks about it. And you don't really see the state or anyone talking about it. And I suspect it's because they realize it was such a huge mistake that nobody wants to admit it. But I've talked to teachers about it. It's been about a year, but I talked to a couple teachers who said that they're teaching 4th grade content to kids who missed 1st and 2nd grade content. And the kids just look at them with this deer in the headlights, like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And they said it's just heartbreaking. And they asked their administrator. The administrator says, we have to teach the standards. You have to teach 4th grade content. I don't care if they missed 1st and 2nd grade content. And that's heartbreaking to me. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you catch up, but we have to put the focus back on education. We've got to stop focusing on all these social issues. And like I said, if we need to get a group of parents to get together to talk about clubs and talk about books and let them hammer it out, and then the board has the final say, then that's what we do. But as a board, we need to put our focus on teaching our students, because ultimately that's where they're going to get their confidence from. You know, kids who have trouble, kids who are the bullies, they're the ones because they're struggling in school. You know, so they don't know what else to do, and so they start bullying and picking on other kids. And the kids who are struggling with their self-confidence because they're not achieving in school, so they don't know what to do, so they start causing trouble. And you know, they said, you know, when I first started parenting years ago, and they'd say, oh, tell your kid how great they are, tell them how great they are, and that'll help build their confidence. And then a couple of years later, psychologists like, oh, never mind, that doesn't build their confidence. The way they build their confidence is by achievement, by achieving something. You give them something to do, they accomplish it, that builds their confidence. And these poor kids who lost, you know, a year and a half or 2 years of school, what's happened to their confidence? And so I think that's the best thing that we can do for these kiddos. That's all I have.
Thank you. So we'll spend a few minutes debriefing how the schedule works. And then for everyone online, we'll be taking a quick recess after the debrief until the next interview that starts at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, who would like to start the debrief with comments?
Wonderful previous board experience. Be really good to just add to the team.
Yeah, her frequently coming back to and focusing on the mistake of spending so much time on social issues and adult issues to the peril of educating children is spot on. And from everything that I know of her service on the board before, really how she carries herself. And I think we all need that. Certainly this board, every board. So I couldn't be more in agreement with her on that point. I'm glad she kept coming back to it, because obviously she knows that we agree with that.
Underlying a lot of her answers and ideas comes back to kind of parental supremacy of how much responsibility parents have. And I'm pretty passionate about how can we do more to support parents with things like character education. So I appreciated her focus on that.
And her continuing going back to community involvement with the communities and things like that, you know, falling in line with our board purpose of being the vision of the community. And so hearing from the community and all those topics.
She's the first person I think I've heard say, I'm not really a big fan of policy governance, but then the way she explained it was pretty good. I mean, she backed it up very well, but I give her credit for going there, because most people just kind of default to it's the greatest thing since we learned how to slice bread sort of deal. And her emphasis on how it allows the board to stay out of the weeds and let the superintendent do the superintendent's job is good that she understands that, because we need that. Last thing Ginger needs is us helping her tie her shoelaces. I mean, she's got a job to do, and the less that we are in her hair, the better. So I really appreciated the way she explained that. On the question of library books, she brought up something that I've never heard anybody else bring up, and I think about it all the time. I brought it up. I know Amy did, and she emphasized, how are we spending our tax dollars? as opposed to the social construct and do we want our children to have access to this and what have you. Her point was we're responsible for responsibly spending tax dollars and spending money on these books. I don't think that the community would be supportive of that. I'm really glad that she explained it the way she did.
So on the taxpayer dollar front, she also talked about that related to clubs and that segmentation there too. So overall, more on the, I'll call it the fiscal conservative side of making sure that tax dollars are really getting into classrooms and not being used on, the taxpayers aren't on the hook for other agendas.
Her answer about running into a parent in the supermarket was very unique, but it aligns with my philosophy. I mean, it's at face value, sometimes it's not popular to say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, but I think we can all find evidence of that in our own life and our kids' life, that that's how we build character. That's how we develop, is overcoming adversity. So not that we want anyone bullied, but it was a unique answer that sometimes goes unspoken and maybe thought about in our personal lives more than people say.
Yeah, she's interestingly introspective in that regard, like with the books question and her analogy of, are we actually getting more of what we're trying to prevent by focusing on it through all these challenges? I took my kids to the beach. Don't look at the naked guy. What's the first thing you do? Interesting perspective, and she's right. She's right. So I think she brings a lot of that.
Any other comments or thoughts? All right, we will recess for about 20 minutes until the next candidate is here for the interview. Thank you. All right, welcome back. We are about to start with Michael Sibley. So thank you so much for joining us today and your interest in serving at the District 20 Board of Education. Absolutely. So give you a little bit of the lay of the land here. We've got 13 questions in about 45 minutes, so plenty of time to get through it. And we've reserved a little bit of time at the end if you have any questions or have any additional information that you don't get to or we don't ask about that you'll be able to fill in later. I'll ask the first question and then we're going to cycle through. So each member will ask a question, come back to me, and we'll go down the line that way. We have a water there that is fresh, so, and a set of questions so you can keep track, and for your reference, you should have a pen and pad there that you're able to use if you need to jot anything down. I think that's pretty much it. Question? You're good. I forgot the first time. It was my bad. Just need to confirm that if you are offered the position that you would accept it.
I would, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm also going to ask, I'm having a hard time hearing you, to make sure that you lean into the mic a little bit more.
Test, test, test.
That's much better. Thank you. All right, we want to make sure we have people watching online, so we need to make sure they can hear your answers as well. So the first question we have is, why are you interested in the District 20 board, and what experiences do you have being a board member?
I do not have any experiences being a board member, but I have experiences working with a board. I am a lifelong educator. I recently retired from Liberty High School and Academy School District 20, and actually was a student in this district. I came in 1983 to Foothills Elementary, went to Air Academy Junior High, and which is now Challenger, and then graduated from Air Academy High School. I've had an extensive experience of working with the Board of Education as an educator, as an administrator, attending meetings and teachers. I've had friends that have served on the board. And what made me interested was the fact that there was an opportunity to share, be part of, and give experiences of being a teacher, a parent, a student, and an educator in this district in support of a current board, a new superintendent, and I figure, why not me? I live in this district. I love this district. My kids actually graduated from Liberty High School. My wife is a teacher in this district. My family has kids that have graduated, and the board represents the best of interest of all students, staff, and parents. And that's the job. And having seen that from the educator's side, I figured it was a great opportunity for me to reach out since the opportunity presented itself.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How would you describe the ideal relationship between the board and the superintendent?
Collaborative, supportive, and teamwork. The superintendent was hired to lead the district with the direction and support of the board. A contentious relationship, as we've seen over the years in other districts around the state and around the country, have not served students. They have not served the parents, and they've not served the staff that are there to support the kids. So I feel the board needs to listen, be an advocate, but also a voice to the superintendent, and vice versa. The superintendent listens, gives advice, and gives direction. But a collaborative team is what it should be.
Scenario. A parent sees you in the grocery store and tells you about an incident where their child was bullied at school. What would your response or action be?
I've had this happen quite a few times as an administrator, even as a teacher. First thing is I would set aside an opportunity to not have that in a public forum in the middle of an aisle. I often joked with parents at meetings that their students don't need to run when they see me in the hallway or down an aisle of a store. We can actually say hi. But part of that is it's a private matter amongst the student, the parent, and that school. And my job as a board member is not to get in the middle of that situation and intervene. But I would like to share with them, here are the avenues and opportunities of whom you can speak with about that situation to best help you and advocate for you and make your child feel safe. But it is not my assumption or right or privilege to step into that situation, especially in that area, in a store in a very public arena. Even though I will say hi to him, I'm not going to run away from him like we used to joke with students that, you know, teachers walk like dogs on their hind legs. Everything's okay. I'm a real person.
Thank you, Mr. Sibley, for coming in and for being willing to volunteer and serve on this board.
Thank you.
Tell us about a time when you were on a high functioning team and how you contributed to the success of that team.
I feel a high functioning team sometimes becomes a buzzword in the fact of teams come in all different shapes, different capacities. And the reason I say a buzzword, because functioning can look very different in different areas in which they work. But one of the things my parents always taught me is to listen before I speak and to find my place amongst the team where my strengths may help and where my greatest deficiencies, someone else can step in. And then one of the things that I would do is listen first to where needs are, and then give back information that I feel can help that area that may be a deficiency or a gap. But I want to share with the fact that I want to be collaborative in there, that I don't hold all the answers, and I would hope that the people that I work with and the team does not as well. And as long as we give feedback to each other, we build trust by being open in our conversations. And when our conversations need to be closed, they stay closed. And that's how the functioning team that I've served with in several instances on schools and in athletics, even in the teaching groups, that we could sit and have an open conversation together. We can be honest with each other. We never criticized each other, but we gave ideas and other sources of information that would help them, that helps me be a good group member and a team member to go forward. That's what I feel a high functioning team acts like. But I don't want to say there's a carbon printout of an exact team, because everything changes depending on the group and the environment.
Thank you. What would you do as a board member if the whole board votes and makes a decision that you fundamentally disagree with?
That's sometimes the tough part. Consensus. We agree that while we're in the room, we're going to have the conversation, we're going to give feedback, we're going to give input when input is necessary or available. And when we leave that room, we agree to go out together. And that's the way we attack the situation. We give a united front. If I don't agree with that, I would hope that I would have an opportunity before a vote is taken or in a conversation to give feedback about why I may not agree with that situation and hear the different sides and hear the different perspectives. Because sometimes, and a lot of times that enlightens me to why a certain situation is going to go a different way. It doesn't mean that I disagree that I'm going to stomp out of the room. I'm going to make faces on TV or in public about a situation. But after the vote, I want to talk about it again and how do we collectively go together forward. Because there are situations that you don't always get the decision that you want, but as a team and what's best for kids and what's best for parents and the situation of the school district is what we're here for. You're welcome.
Just finishing my notes, if you'll bear with me, please. All right. What is your view of policy IJL 1, 2, R, and E regarding library books?
After reviewing those policies, I'm glad to see that they've been updated and they've been revised recently in this last part of the fall. I believe the policies, there's still some gaps in there as far as where curriculum fits in, what standards are being met. I do believe as our libraries have changed, and even in the building I most recently worked at Liberty, has moved from more of a library to a media center. There are far less books than ever before. And that's just the changing environment in which we're working in. But the policy is meant to make sure that the curriculum and instruction that is going on is supported by the information that is in those libraries, meets the standards, are age appropriate, can support what teachers are doing as an extension of the classroom, make sure that students have interests and they're being met. But things that are inappropriate, that don't meet a grade level or a standard, that's not necessarily what the school district library should have in there. We have public libraries that are set up for those. As we change to more of a media center, we've seen the change that we don't have the room to have all those books anymore because we got so many computers and testing and everything's changed that environment. But one of the things that I view that policies is it makes it a great opportunity to have conversations about what are we learning and why are we learning it, and at the time that we're learning it together. Teachers have a great repertoire of knowledge and extensive background on what books work well for kids, what reading levels, what is age appropriate for a third grader, all the way up to a 10th grader. I mean, we've got English teachers that teach great novels that probably we were still reading way back when we were in school. But do they meet the current standards as they've been revised and keep getting revised? As quickly as we learn the new ones, they get revised again. So how do we make sure that that's a good balance? Well, policies like this keep that in balance and keep the conversation going. It's not meant to be a black and white. It has to be a conversation. It has to get information out. I believe the application has some more room in there because there's a lot of things about history standards, but I didn't see much information about English standards that were being met, or certain things about science that would be better fitting, because there's certain books that it says it would have, we would want to keep in there because they have great photos, but maybe the text has no bearing in these necessary piece in that. So I think we could vet that piece out a little bit more and make that fit a little better.
What is your understanding of our policy related to clubs in schools?
Having worked when I was a dean at Air Academy High School long ago in early 2000s, this became a hot button when I was there. And the reason is a lot of groups were coming in that we weren't familiar with, or changes. And we didn't have a policy that hadn't been touched in, I think, almost 15 years. I think it was 1994, the last time it had been touched and brought in. And our work with Karen Reynolds, who was overseeing our work with the activity directors, was to put a policy that was clear, open, and transparent to anybody wanting to apply to the school for a club. It has grown. I have, in review of it, it continues to ebb and change with the needs of the schools, the district, and the kids and their interests. One of the things that I still see that as my perusal of the different high schools and what clubs are curricular and non-curricular, they're not completely aligned to what the policy says. There are some that are curricular in one building and non-curricular in another building. And the policy says if they're curricular in one building, then they're curricular across the district. There are programs that some buildings have that are programs that aren't listed as appropriate programs in the policy. So is that a principal's prerogative, or is that their designee's prerogative? Unfortunately, the policy just says principal, but most of the work done for clubs and activities are done by the activity directors at the high school level and at the middle school level. But it does say principal. So should that now say principal as in or as to the designee? So that way there's a little bit more shared leadership in that piece. But ultimately, the principal has the wherefore and say in those decisions. So my understanding is I've spent a lot of time working on this as an activity director, when I was also as an athletic director and as an assistant principal, because kids have a wide range of interests. We want to support those. We have staff that has a passion to support kids, but the difference between curricular and non-curricular sometimes gets very gray. But I think the application has really grown in how it's more applicable to giving more information to the people who make the decisions. far better than when we started it back in 2001. It's come a long ways. It still has growth. I think it's still got opportunities. And I think the activity directors do a phenomenal job of bringing information forward from the principals, and the kids love opportunities to do things. It's neat to see the list because every list at school was different. And we got to capture that and not stranglehold them into policy, but make sure the policy fits and meets the needs of the kids or is an extension of the classroom. So long and short is I've got a long, a long history with that policy. But I am glad to see it continue to change and meet the needs of the kids in the buildings.
Thank you. Academy District 20 continues to review and improve overall security in our schools. What are some of your ideas related to school security, and how could we strengthen or improve security in our schools?
Having direct contact and working with our security teams when I worked at Air Academy, when we implemented this camera system, when Mr. Borland came into our district, and then moving over to Liberty, one of the things that I really have enjoyed with our security team is they become a staff member in the buildings. They get to know the kids, and the ones that survive working in a high school, middle school, or elementary is because they get to know the kids. The ones that struggle are the ones that don't build those relationships. The relationships lead into conversations, which lead into sometimes uncomfortable conversations about things that are going on that a kid wants to share. But because that relationship is there, they come and talk to our security members. I think the continued improvement of giving the opportunity of training and opportunity for connections with the staff, with security, that they're not just there to provide us with a gun in the school or intervene if a fight breaks out, that they are a staff member, and making sure they have Lancer gear, they've got Rampart gear, they've got Timberview gear, they've got things to wear. The school resource officers that have been very successful in our schools build those relationships. And when I see them out in the community, they're wearing the school's gear that they have. And that makes them feel a part. That makes the staff and parents feel like they're a part, and the kids love them. I'll use an instance of Big Buck out there. He walked the hallways of Liberty High School. He might as well have been the president and the mayor. I mean, they knew who he was. I mean, he's hard to miss, but they loved him because he treated the kids and the staff and the parents like people. And so it made us feel safe and made everybody else feel safe. So I would continue to look for those opportunities, especially as you're staffing those people to take care of our buildings. Barb Reister, who just recently retired from the district, she was a longtime SRO at District 20 and with Liberty High School, moved over to security, became the head. And, she wasn't security officer, she was Barb. And that's how they referred to her. So I think that keeps our schools safe because we find out things from the front end, not the back end, when things are going to happen.
Thank you. Student achievement is a priority for District 20. What is your understanding of student achievement in the district, and how would you support our district to increase student achievement and growth?
Listening to last week's board meeting was quite enlightening, having spent time with Ms. Patterson and Dr. Fields putting those tests into action and those reports. This district is successful because we have staff, we have kids, we have parents that support and want our kids to be at the smarty party, as my wife used to call it. They want to be smart, they want to be achieving, and they want to keep growing. We have leaders that are providing our staff with training, how to test, why do we test, and why is it important. Standardized testing has gotten its bad name in different places, but when you have great leadership in this building who give the teachers and the administrators the reasoning why, it's easy to take that information down to the student level of how and why it's important to test. And why are we taking Fridays for an extra 2 hours? Because we're giving that time to our teachers to get together and talk about PLCs, to work together. We have talked about it for years, even when I was over at Air Academy back in the early 2000s. We needed time to work together at the high school level. Kind of jealous of the elementary, middle schools because they do work in teams. And then the high schools were isolated. But now we all have the same time, and we can actually have elementary, middle, and high school PE teachers, art teachers get together to have time to teach those skills, to teach to those standards. Ultimately, those build into smart kids. They build into successful kids. They build into well-rounded kids. I'm a firm believer in eligibility. Having been an athletic director and having to enforce eligibility, we installed no pass, no play for quite a few years. Mr. Timmig wanted to go there, and we did it. Wasn't well received for a little bit, but we raised 13 academic state champion teams by doing it. And kids rose to the occasion. Teachers rose to the occasion. So for me, and having two very successful young ladies that I have in my house, for the same reason is why I believe student achievement is important, is because it makes us all better. It makes the reason why we have this district, why we were all sitting here. It's for their success and their opportunity, because we've all had it.
D20 is a policy governance district. What is your understanding of policy governance and the importance of the board ends?
Listening to the definitions and reading along as Dr. Fields and her team went through that with the assessment piece was important, because that's ultimately what our superintendent is responsible for in doing. And so it's not that she can spend every waking minute making sure every policy and governance is taken care of. So we have a team of leadership with executive directors, principals, teachers that gather that information, put that information, but it's a guiding force to go forward. It's a plan of action. It's an action plan with targets. It's got objectives and action statements for us to carry out. And from doing that, and as I watched you all listen to the statements that were being brought forward, did we meet those? Did she meet those? And if we weren't, and as I kind of read through all the slides, they did a phenomenal job presenting that information. And if we didn't, that means our superintendent didn't meet those pieces, which meant she didn't have hands or oversight, or the executive directors where they needed to be to make sure that that was taken care of. The change in that happened under Dr. Hatchell, where we moved to this, which I don't want to say simplified the process, but I think it made it clearer for the direction that the district and the superintendent go to make sure that our schools and our district is meeting the necessary standards. And if they're not met, where did we not meet them? And if you ever get a chance, I know you guys have to sit on that side to sit and watch from the other side. The presentations are phenomenal to listen to and walk through piece by piece. And so it's very clear to make sure that your job's being handled in the manner it has, because it's well documented and well taken care of by your team.
The global end statement identifies knowledge, skills, and character as priorities across our district. How will you support the district's continued work with character education?
By being involved, listening, getting out in the community and watching it, even for myself. I really enjoyed your presentation, how many times you were in buildings, seeing the real action going on, and how many times your pictures were right there with her watching that take place. Character ed is important in my life. It's the way I was raised, with standards and expectations. Sometimes we all make mistakes and we got to learn from them. Discipline, as I was always told, was never meant to be a punishment. Is meant to be a teaching tool. So how do we help kids correct their behavior? Well, we got to teach them what it's about. I use an example of my wife in her classroom. She teaches character every day. It's a PE classroom. Why would that be important? Because she's trying to develop well-rounded, great kids, teach them what's right, how to talk to each other. It happens all the way up to a high school level. One of the things I think is important that you all do at each one of your meetings, you bring that out and talk about it. It's not just a bulletin on the wall. It's not just a saying once a month. It's action steps. And when you see it, you're acknowledging it. And that's important. I think the recognition that you do for the staff and the students when you see it goes a long ways. We've always, even in the building when I was working, when I heard or saw somebody bring information that somebody saw as doing the right thing, we made a big deal about that. And a lot of times, sometimes in the era of competition, when I was an athletic director, sometimes the negative gets overweighed by the positive. But I've seen many, many times where the positive comes out and we have to take an opportunity to recognize that. So it's an opportunity I think you have at your board meetings to do that, and you do it well. I think when you send notes, when you see things to principals and it gets passed down to the staff, that means a lot, especially for a DECA teacher when they're at state DECA and you saw some great action by those kids. And just, I'm telling you from the insider's perspective, it meant a lot to hear that. And that's how I would do, is continue that of what you're doing, is publicly recognizing when you see it. And if you're not, you're helping people correct it.
Ms. Sibley, how will you work to build trust and confidence among all stakeholders in Academy District 20?
One of the things that, as I said before, I'm a great listener. My wife sometimes doesn't think so sometimes, but I want to hear from everybody. I want feedback. There are times, if given this position as an opportunity, that I have to find a line to make sure that I don't cross that line or put myself in a precarious situation that I'm in, as we talked about earlier, involving myself in building information or situations that are not mine. But I want to hear from people. I want people to see the board out there doing things. One of the things is my action has to be what I say, and what I say has to be my action. One of the things, I used to have a poster in my office that leadership is not about position, it's about action. So what's our job as the board to do? Support the staff, students, and parents of this district and our superintendent in doing the job that we've tasked them to do, which is educate our children. And if we're not, what changes do we need to make? And if our superintendent needs support or she's not getting things that need to be done, how do we talk so we're all there? But things that are talked about also that are in trust stay in the trust circle, and we don't go outside of that circle. So I think it's vitally important to listen. I think it's vitally important to be seen. I think it's vitally important to give feedback where feedback's appropriate and necessary.
Thank you. What role do charter schools play within the public school system?
If you'd asked me a long time ago when I was a young teacher, I would have said, they keep stealing all of our good kids. Our kids, I had lost a couple of good baseball players, and then I had to grow up a little bit to learn how charter schools, like magnet schools, like specialized schools, give kids new opportunities, extend the education environment to different types of kids in different areas. TCA College Pathways opened up a whole new avenue for kids and parents. The new Summit School, again, a new opportunity for kids. I think, as I said, I had to learn and grow in my experience and where my education was, why charter schools are important in a district and a school to provide parents with enriching experiences for kids that fit their needs now and maybe change. There are kids that go to TCA that now come back to their home school because they decided elementary was great, but I want a high school. There were kids in TCA College Pathways that loved online that said, online's not for me anymore. The Village, has changed. It was the online school and it's changing, but it's not a charter school, but it's another opportunity for kids. So I think our district has been very considerate and very calculated in what it brings into the district and how it will ask and meet the needs of kids and parents. It's not just anybody that throws a white flag and says, I want to help. It's been very methodical. And I think that's why it feels good for our district, how things are.
Mr. Sibley, is there anything else you'd like to share with us that we did not ask? And or do you have any questions for us?
I just like to say I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you all. It's kind of been surreal as, as a student. I did when I drove by the old board, which is now I think it's the insurance or the dental clinic. When I was first accepted as an assistant principal, stood there, and then I've stood here as assistant principal. I've come a long ways in close to 31 years and in education, but then also as a student. And I applaud the opportunity to you all for giving me that opportunity to be here with you all. I do have a couple questions if I can ask. I need to write them down. One of the things that I've really appreciated, and I know I mentioned in my application, is communication is important. And in the process of selecting a new board member, you all done a well-deserved, and I appreciate how well it's been communicated. You've all been very transparent. It's been a very open process. What steps will you take to continue this positive process with other issues as they come forward?
I can take that one. I've actually been working since taking on the presidency role here, working with the superintendent and our communications director on finding ways to be a little bit more proactive in that communication. One of the things that we've talked about, well, with the superintendent, heads up, Allison, is that, I want to try to get out like a synopsis after board meetings, maybe that Friday after, something like that, to just, not everyone can be here and hear what's going on, and so to be able to provide that directly to our community on how we're handling that. But it's really been a lot of talk about that communication piece and making sure that we're handling things proactively and taking charge and not sitting back and letting the narrative get away from us.
No, and I greatly appreciate that. I mean, I had a few principals I've worked with that used to say, head them off at the pass, get the information out there. And like you said, not everybody's there, but everybody can glean off of a synopsis or a summary very well of what transpired. And that alleviates a lot of questions and concerns and questions. So I applaud you. It's been great the way the things are going in this process. And that's feedback I've received that, well, we know what's going on. My other question is, what does this board need immediately from the director to help strengthen the chain of this current team?
So I'll say right off, once this new director gets sworn in, we're going to move pretty quickly to try to get access to all of the systems and everything that we need. We don't have a lot of time between over the Christmas break before our next board meeting in January. And so it's really about making sure that they have access so they can come to that January meeting prepared. That's part of why this was a little bit of a truncated experience for the application process. I know by statute, we have 60 days to handle this. However, knowing that we don't want staff to have to work over the break, and also making sure that we are doing the best we can by having a full 5-member board here for as many meetings as we can. At this point, we will have only missed one meeting with only 4, or have one meeting with only 4 members, and we'll be able to get the next board member sworn in and available before 2024 hits. And so really it's we're looking for someone who can hit the ground running and bring that perspective. So because January 4th is the next board meeting and we need you to be spun up.
Appreciate that. Well, those are my questions. Again, I appreciate the opportunity. This is neat and exciting for me. And I just hope I can be a part of your team. Thank you.
Thank you. And so just as a process piece, it's my little in-between spiel for all of these is we're going to go and spend a few minutes debriefing the interview. And then anyone listening online, we will take a recess once that debrief is over until 4 o'clock when the next interview starts. Thank you for being here, Mr. Sibley.
Welcome. Thank you. Take my water with you.
Who would like to start us off?
But again, when you look at us as a team and what we already have on this team, I think the educator experience, the educator piece being in the classroom is something that we're really missing, and is really huge in his experience of the whole gamut of D20, of being a student to a teacher to an administrator. So I think that would be a good feel for our team.
And furthermore, his excitement and passion for this district, just because he has been in it for so long, was very evident. So that's a positive.
Yeah, great knowledge of the district, great knowledge of the different schools. He's been several levels, assistant principal, AD, what have you. I thought that he was thorough in his answers. I mean, he did a really good job of articulating where he stands, which is what you need, right, to give us something to think about. Our answer on charters, where he said charters give kids new and more avenues, is spot on. I mean, I think his perspective on that really lines up with the vision of why we have them.
I think on that note, more than just what his perspective is how he's allowed that to shift over time.
Yeah.
That he's not entrenched in a certain way of thinking, that he's open to getting new information and challenging the premise he's had. I thought that was really, again, more than his perspective, the fact that he's allowed it to change.
Yeah, shows growth or the ability to be open-minded. Yeah.
Question number 3 is kind of the outlier to me in our 14 questions. You know, what do you do if you're tackled in a grocery store by somebody or whatever? And he's the first one that said, I'd avoid letting the store become a public forum. Because I frankly didn't know how I would answer that question, and that's never happened to me yet. I'm sure it won't be long. But I wouldn't let a store become a public forum. That's not the place appropriate setting to litigate these types of things. That's not fair to the child. That's not fair to the family. I had a really good answer on that one.
Also, and this speaks to his educational experience, but talking about PLCs when we're talking about achievement and growth, you know, because he's been in the district, he aligns with kind of the other things that we're doing. He knows what we're trying to do. He sees the value in that. I thought that was good. I also thought it was interesting. He's been the only candidate so far to ask questions, and I appreciated that, especially because the questions he had were very much, especially the first one around communication. In his application, he talked about the need for better communication and identified that as one of the gaps that we've had, and rightly so. And so the fact that he's asking that question and making sure that, you know, we actually have a plan to move forward and not just trying to guess at what to do, I thought was really shows his where he's at as far as thinking, and making sure that that's actually a gap that gets closed.
Yeah, his forward thoughts. Yeah, absolutely.
His answer on books, I think, was probably the most, what's the word I'm looking for here? Nobody's touched on this yet. So his answer was, is the curriculum in the school, is the curriculum being supported by the materials in the libraries? That's pretty succinct. I mean, that's kind of a yes/no way of looking at it. Now, granted, we're going to have books that don't necessarily specifically support curriculum. Of course, that's inevitable. But by that test, I thought I'd gone to do not disturb. Sorry, everybody. But that's a real logical test. Is the curriculum that we're putting into our schools being supported by the materials in the library? I think that's a pretty good first base for looking at it, and I think that's kind of how he looks at it.
Likewise with the 2 policy-related questions. The first one about library books, I appreciate his insight, you know, when he noted some gaps, you know, are the curriculum and standards being met by the library materials? And And just his point of view, that it's a great opportunity to have discussions about what and why we are learning. I appreciated those insights. And likewise with the policy related to clubs, he stated we need clear, open, and transparent policies, which is crucial and goes along with his wanting to foster trust and communication. And then he seemed very open-minded about the cultural shifts over time with clubs. So it was just nice to hear his perspective about, there being a wide range of interests for students and staff.
Any additional thoughts or comments? All right. We will recess for the next, call it 18 minutes and reconvene at 4 with the next candidate. Thank you. All right, thanks for joining us today. We're back online now. So welcome, thank you for coming and your interest in joining the District 20 Board of Education. Just a little lay of the land here. We've got 13 questions for you and about 45 minutes to go through it. We're going to ask the questions in round robin style. So each of us will ask a question and move on, cycle through. We have time at the end scheduled. If you have other questions or if you have anything else that we didn't get to that you want to make sure that you say, we'll have some time for that at the end. Bottle of water there for you. We have pad and paper if you need to take any notes. And then you have a set of questions there as well, so you can follow along and use that as a resource.
Awesome.
Sound good?
Yeah.
Before we get going, I need to confirm that if you are offered the position that you would accept it.
Yes.
All right, wonderful. All right, first question. Why are you interested in being a D20 board member, and what experience do you have being a member of the board?
So that was the original question, I think, online, which was, why do you want to be a board member of education for D20? I believe that my career in education has gave me the experience and skills that I need to work with the current board members to represent the community. I hope to assist in moving the school district forward and all the students to meet high standards. Now, the question of what skills do I have? In my professional experience, I've been a member of the Special Operational Forces for a little over 25 years now. In that, I have learned how to be adaptable. I've learned leadership. I've learned effective communications. I've also moved on from some of those into technology and telecommunications. It's in those that you learn about leadership, you learn about teamwork, and you learn about pursuing through and enduring through hard times. You learn resiliency. I got a little prepared statement here about what my commitment is to this district and why I want to be a part of it. I have, through my career, I have been lucky enough to go to some of the top military schools. I've also been lucky enough to go learn additional languages. Most importantly, I've been lucky enough to travel the world. I've been able to see other cultures. I've worked with other people from multinational countries. I've worked with men, women, and children. And in that, when you're a part of that culture, you're able to see how important education is in people's lives. And so we have an opportunity here in America that does not exist in other places, and one that I've seen that we need to make sure that we present to every child who's here and has the opportunity to go to school here. So if given the opportunity to serve on the Board of Education's, my top priorities are going to be academic excellence. The superintendent has a great portrait of a graduate, which I'm super interested in and want to be a part of, and I'm happy I've already been a little part of it. I'd like to follow that through to the end. Another one of the ones that I'd like to see going forward is school safety and crisis response. I know we had an MLO that did not bring about the security that we had all hoped for. And so I hope that some of my expertise in safety, security, and crisis response can help this board and this district move forward in some of the solutions that we're going to need. And then the last is parental rights. And that's, as a parent, we share responsibility as board members, as a district. It's a perfect triad to get the kids where they need to be so that they can be self-advocates and be members of society when they leave this institution.
Mr. Riffle, how would you describe the ideal relationship between the board and the superintendent?
Well, I hope it's one of teamwork. The best part about being a member of a team is you don't always have to agree, but you always have to have an open mind. Through my career, working on a team, specifically SF ODAs or Special Forces teams, not everybody has the same ideas, but there's a structure in place for a reason. And that structure is there for everyone to understand. Even if we don't agree as a team, policies and procedures are in place to ensure that we can come to the best decision with the superintendent or with the board members.
Scenario. A parent sees you in a grocery store, tells you about an incident where their child is bullied at school. What would your response or action be?
So I'm assuming this is a non-sexual assault that requires certain levels. If it's a sexual assault, sexual harassment, or threat of life, limb, or eyesight, I think that would be handled completely different than the scenario I'm about to present. So I actually recently had this scenario happen with my daughter in school. And when emotions get involved, it can be easy. But I may have access to a superintendent, I may have access to board members, but the policy should always be handled at the lowest level. My advice to my daughter to begin with was easy. Go talk to the teacher, tell them the situation. If it continues, then we move it up to the level of the school. We're site-based for a reason. The argument is schools have the ability and are grown up enough and responsible enough that we give them the charge to take care of our kids. If we didn't, there's no reason to have site-based, right? That would be the next level. Now, if a parent came up to me and did that, that would be my recommendation to them. But not only recommendation, I would help them get to that point. I would help them draft the emails. I would help them be CC'd in it so that she feels or he feels that we care about the students. We do. Bullying is something that just shouldn't happen. So it needs to be done by proper procedure, but you have to make sure that everyone knows that we care, because if you don't care, what are we doing?
Next, Mr. Ruffalo, just give me a couple seconds, please.
I didn't say that much. You can't be writing all that down.
No, I'm working on my grocery list.
Grocery store?
Okay. Tell me about a time when you were on a high functioning team and how you contributed to the success of that team.
So the advantage I've had is I've been mostly my whole career operating with high functioning teams. And the thing that I've realized with high functioning teams is I could give you a specific example of an incident where it went really well, but I'm going to tell you why it went really well. The advantage of being on a high functioning team is not just because you work together and you understand, it's when crisis happens. High functioning teams can operate when it's something that's 180 days out, something that's 90 days out, or something that you plan for that just went awry immediately. It's when you have that kind of functioning team that in the moments of crisis, you can still come through. That's when you know you've made it to a high functioning team. So in a scenario, you probably heard said before, no plan survives first contact. And that has happened multiple times in my career, where the plans that we had set aside sitting down in a nice air conditioned office did not survive first contact. And you had to work in your role as a team to accomplish the mission to make sure everybody came through.
Thank you. What would you do as a board member if the whole board votes and makes a decision that you fundamentally disagree with?
I would disagree with it. I would hope that I'm transparent enough that everyone knows what I would disagree with anyway. Right? We're here for a reason. We should be transparent in who we are, what we believe. I would disagree.
What is your view of policy IJL 1, 2, R, and E regarding library books?
Yes. So I read through them. Some questions in the writing of those policies themselves, but besides the happy to glads and understanding some of the timeframes that are in there, and whether or not after you did the first review of a book, if you decide that you want it to be looked at again, whether or not you can do a second book behind it. With all that aside, as I read through that policy, and this is, going back against some of the military experience, you can always pull something up to your level, but you can't push things down. I would say that in that policy, we have a superintendent that members of this board have put in that chair because we find her to be a highly effective leader and make difficult decisions. I would say in that policy, the superintendent should be able to at any time pull it up to her level and make a decision, or the board themselves. I would also say that we should have some kind of a tracker, because we are site-based, of what book has hit the schools repeatedly. Because if we have a book title that hits 4, 5, 6, 7 schools and is turned down at 4, 5, 6, 7 schools, something needs to be taken a look at inside that text. And the reason I say that we should be able to trust our superintendent, which I do, or the board members, is in the case that that literature or whatever is in their media is pornographic in nature, we need to get rid of it immediately. We can't be waiting 5 days. We can't be waiting 10 more days on appeal, right? That's what I would do if I were relooking that policy.
What is your understanding of our policy related to clubs and schools?
I like the direction it's going from where it was. There was a lot of hard work that was done in order to pull out curricular and non-curricular. I think that policy as sits, right, there's some more happy to glad and a little bit more to look at to make sure it fits tight. And, you know, as we get complaints as they come up, that the ones who can handle those levels can, I think we could tighten it up a little bit. But as for the policy of, hey, clubs, everyone needs to feel like they belong. One of the great things of going to that, I was a part of a strategic planning for one of the schools in the district where I took 2 days off and went off site with them. And one of the things we came up with that school was one of our strategics plans, which is belonging. And so what we crafted that to be is a part, not what I view it to be, is that every student participates in something at school, no matter what it is, right? And so that's why I like the opportunities for them to have non-curricular clubs and curricular clubs, and the school is able to separate those out. They should belong somewhere, no matter what they do. Go to a football game, play sports, be in a club. If everyone participates, it gives them more of a sense of belonging in that school and a little bit of pride.
Academy District 20 continues to review and improve overall security in our schools. What are some of your ideas related to school security, and how could we strengthen or improve security in our schools?
So I don't want to dime Buck out, but we were just talking about this in the hallway. We've got to get creative. So with the failure of the MLO that I talked about earlier, easy button is we have money and we can put people in schools, right? My background, I have things called threat vulnerability assessments, which the school does a version of those, right? Where you go and look at the school, you look at the threat, look at the vulnerability, you make an assessment, and you make what we need to change in order to keep people safe inside that school. That's something we should continue to do and always improve on. The next thing we have is called what I call the RAMs, or Randa anti-terrorism measures. Nobody really likes security because it's difficult and it's a pain, and that's the point. So with random anti-terrorism measures, of course, with proper authorities, you would lock a door and say no one can enter this door, right? There's only one entrance you can go with today. You block off part of a parking lot for a morning. It's not every day, but there's something random at the schools that changes the posture so that no one can make a pace on what the school is or how people maneuver throughout the school. The third one that I was talking about with Buck, which is out there, I'm going to say it anyway, I'm going to put it out on the airways. We need to get smarter with taxpayer dollars. And what I mean by that is, I've talked to some of the elementary school teachers. This keeps me up at night. Like, this is one of the things that I think about all the time. I've talked to some of the principals. I said, if there was a Colorado Springs Police Department officer or two that is not going to work for the school, but do you have space where they can have a desk? Like, we all got used to mobile work during COVID. We're smarter now. We know how that works. We don't need a full-time guy in the elementary schools because we can't buy them right now. We can't afford it. But we need to reduce that time, right, between bang and it's over. And in order to do that, if I can put, whether it be a Colorado Springs Police Department, I don't know if they can or not. But if we can put an officer who's not working for the school, he works just at the school, not for the school, that puts a gun in the school. That reduces the time for an officer to show up. Those are things I think about all the time.
Thank you. Student achievement is a priority for District 20. What is your understanding of student achievement in the district, and how would you support our district to increase student achievement and growth?
Yeah, so we've not done awesome in some of those scores that have come out recently. We've lost some status a little bit. And we can blame COVID for a lot of that, and that's okay. But I'm impressed and would like to continue to learn more and follow what our current superintendent is doing with Portrait of a Graduate. I like the idea where that goes. It helps shore up some of the issues that we're having, I think. And when we can identify that, I think your superintendent has a incredible way forward for that problem specifically.
D20 is a policy governance district. What is your understanding of policy governance and the importance of the board ends?
So we just make sure the school operates the way, or you, you just make sure that the board operates or the school operates within its means, right? We create policy, we ensure that the school is not operating unilaterally. You, when I say we, I mean the board. You have one employee, and that's the superintendent. That is the one that, and by employee, I don't mean employee. I'm using terrible words here, and this is a bad description, but hopefully by the end, you'll understand what I'm saying, because you already do. We just make sure the school operates and the taxpayer has a decision on what's being done at D20. We create the policies based around what the school can and can't do, and we do that well within the limits of the law that we operate. Once we make decisions, we work as a team with the superintendent to enforce those or to allow her left and right limits so that she can run the school. It's probably better than the first part.
The Global End statement identifies knowledge, skills, and character as priorities across our district. How will you support the district's continued work with character education?
Again, I'm going to go back to the superintendent and what she has going on right now. I think she's doing great work in this, being a part of the parent sounding board, being a part of that strategic planning at the schools, sitting in on the accountability boards at the school levels. I think she is all over it, and I am excited to see more of how we could support where she's going with that, because I think she is just on top of it.
How will you work to build trust and confidence among all the stakeholders in District 20?
Transparency and honesty. Don't treat this position as anything political. You're transparent in everything you do. You're honest in all your decisions.
What role do charter schools play within the public school system?
I'd never come across charter school till it came to D20. And then I was upset that I was way behind on the list to get my kids into one. I think charter schools are an amazing alternative, especially with school choice inside of a school district. I like some of the ways charter schools can operate outside of some of the formal ways that our school does. Like, for example, we're having a hard time getting teachers, and then we got to get teachers and we got to get them certified in the state. And to my understanding, charter schools don't have that issue as much as we do in our schools. So the fact that these charter schools are put up, they have specific natures to them, and you have wait lists for all of them, demonstrates exactly the need for charter schools, and maybe even more.
Thanks for your patience as we take longer to write than you do. to Speak. Number 14, is there anything else that you would like to share with us that we did not ask you? And or do you have any questions for us?
I'm just humbled to be here. Like, being humbled in my life comes rarely, but you know, out of the applications that I saw and read through online, I'm absolutely humbled to be a part of this interview process. So I appreciate you guys choosing me. This has been a great experience. I have no questions of you guys. I'm super excited to see 2 new faces up there, and the other 2 faces that are up there from the couple years ago. I'm happy to see you guys again. So congratulations, and that's all I have, unless there's another question of me. Oh, that's not what I said.
Thank you, Mr. Riffle. So just as a point of information for everyone, and it's kind of my spiel between each of the candidates, is I appreciate your time and coming out this evening. We are going to spend a few minutes deliberating on the interview, make some notes and some comments, and then we will move on to a recess until 5 o'clock when the next candidate gets here. So thanks again for coming and being a part of this.
Yeah, no, it's great to be here.
Who would like to begin?
I'll start. I'll save Mrs. Shandy then. I only met Mr. Riffle briefly when we were all running 2 years ago. And so it's just was evident from then and from now that he is a straight shooter. So I think that builds trust and confidence more than almost anything else could. I just appreciate that he's unapologetic and while still sometimes humble, as he, in his words, unapologetic with what he believes and what he's passionate about. But there's also still a sense of passion and open-mindedness with all the possibilities that are evident to us in this district.
Excuse me. I think he's the only one who really directly answered question number 3 with this is what I'd say. This is what I do. And it's important because I remember when I was first elected to the board, 2 or 3 days in, Mr. Salt, you and I were talking because my phone had already started ringing with people saying, can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? And you had said something along the lines of, you got to let people know you're not a fixer for them, that they can't, that's not how it's supposed to work. And he kind of went there with it when he said, I'd tell the parent, look, you've got to handle that at the lowest level. It's good that you see me. It's good that we recognize each other in the grocery store. Hi, how are you? But there's a system in place for handling disputes. And you put a nice disclaimer on it with if it's a felonious activity, if it's something sexual assault, you know, obviously. But just telling the parent, I'll walk you through the process, but you start at the lowest level and bring it up from there. And I think he's the first one that really, I mean, basically said exactly what he'd do. And I think it was a very good answer.
I believe other people have said something similar, but not trying to diminish the answer, but I believe we've heard something similar for some of the other candidates as well, of really pushing it back to the schools and lowest level, looking at policy. So, yeah, I think he was the first one that said that he would actually, you know, handhold and help,
Right.
you know, craft email and review things and kind of that level of involvement.
I think he was the first one to say, this is what I'd say, I think, but I could be blending some answers at this point.
He's got great critical thinking skills, but again, innovative answers to like the security problems and stuff like things we're facing, and that's what we need. We do need a team member who can think outside the box from where we're at, because that's the kind of the solutions that we need to be finding as well. I like that. I like the experience of that with his teamwork and leadership and his military experience.
Yeah, his talk about threat vulnerability assessments and things like that at the school, at the building levels really reflects what he's done for a career in a good kind of way.
Yeah, the security side is definitely his strength as a candidate. And as you said, very kind of novel ideas, things that I haven't heard when I've been, talking with other people around about, what are we looking at doing? So I really like the creativity in trying to find solutions to this and not just say, well, we just need to throw more money and people at the problem.
I appreciated on question 2, his trust in policy governance. Well, I guess it was just more about the relationship between board and superintendent, but he had a positive outlook on our type of policy where he said structure has a reason. There are policies in place to come to the best agreement. And I think it's an important philosophy with the way we govern and operate. So I appreciated his sentiment with that.
Yeah, his answer to question number 10 might have been his best answer. That was really effective. And Ginger, he's in love with what you're doing, which, yeah, I mean, we all are. Mhm. The fact that charter schools have wait lists demonstrates their need and value. Good statement, and true statement. People don't sit around waiting for 5 or 6 years to get in one for no reason.
Anyone else last thoughts or comments, Ms. Collins?
Number 7, policy related to clubs. I also think he had unique answer. I appreciated his thoughts on desiring for every student to feel like they belong and have some place to participate. So I appreciated that.
I wrote down something similar to his statement. Everyone participate in something at the school. I mean, that's part of what makes the school successful, is that everyone feels like they're a part of it in some way. So I like that statement too.
Final thoughts from anyone else? All right. We will recess for about 32 minutes. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. We are back. We have, could you pronounce your last name for me? Yanez? Yanez? All right, I'll get it. All right, we have Miss Yanez here. So a little bit of lay of the land logistics here. We have 13 questions and 45 minutes, so plenty of time to answer each of them. We're going to round robin the questions, so each of us will ask a question and cycle through. At the end, you'll have plenty of opportunity if you have additional questions or things that you want to fill in that you may not have had a chance to answer. You'll have that time provided at the end. You should have a bottle of water. Is that a fresh one? Yeah, okay. Just making sure. A bottle of water, pad and pen if you need to take any notes, and then you have the list of questions in front of you as well, just so you can follow along and resource in case you need to, clarify anything.
Okay.
Before we get started, I need to ask you, please confirm that if you are offered the position that you would accept it.
I would.
Thank you. All right, with that, the first question, why are you interested in being a D20 board member and what experiences do you have on being a board member?
So thanks for having me here. It's really an honor. I was at the dentist earlier today. This is worse. So nothing like interviews are terrible and then have them live streamed and public and things get really interesting. No, honestly, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. So why am I interested in being a D20 board member? I actually talked to my brother earlier in the week and told him about this idea, and he said, why are you interested in being? So I've been asked this question before. I've really searched my heart for the reasons why I want to do this. I already sit on a board, a private school board here in the Springs. Don't worry, I did my due diligence and there is no conflict of interest there. I'm the secretary on that board. And I'm really happy to say that my answer is the same for both. I want to give back. Specifically though, for District 20, I have 5 kids that have benefited from this district. And so I specifically want to give back to this D20 community. My children have attended the following District 20 schools, and I had to make a list so that I wouldn't forget. We moved here from Illinois, and you went to the school down the street, period, end of story. It was not a choice state, it's not a choice state now. And so when we got here, I had some decision-making to do. Sorry, honey, had some decision-making to do. And we made the decisions best for our kids, and all 5 of them had different needs. So here goes. TCA Cottage School, TCA North, TCA College Pathways, Rockrimmon Elementary, Woodman Roberts Elementary, Eagle View, Legacy Peak, Chinook Trail Middle School, Air Academy, and The Village. Quite an extensive list. Back in Illinois, my students, my kids, attended a private school. We've homeschooled exclusively. And now I have students attending a hybrid homeschool on-campus private school here in the Springs, my last 2. So I'm a fervent believer in parental rights and school choice. I have also been a para, a classroom teacher, a department head in this district. And I know a lot of beautiful people doing amazing things inside of these walls. I mean, not the EAC, but like the schools, right? And also here, sorry. And I want to support that. I want to support our mission and vision. And selfishly, I never feel more alive than when I'm serving. So I can tell you I'm not doing it for the pay. There is none. So that's my answer.
Thank you.
Mrs. Yanez, how would you describe the ideal relationship between the board and the superintendent?
So I would describe that relationship as one of mutual respect and collaborative in nature. We have to want each other to succeed. We are on the same, we hold the same mission and vision, right? Everyone benefits when we do that. I think there's already a great example of that relationship actually in the district, and that's the one of the Board of Education, the district, and its charter schools, right? We want each other to succeed. And so we'll do what it takes to help them do that.
scenario for you. A parent sees you in the grocery store and tells you about an incident where their child was bullied at school. What would your response or action be?
I might initially apologize for how I look in the grocery store. Just kidding. I'm going to first thank that person for feeling vulnerable enough to share that with me. That's really hard. I think we all want to kind of look put together all the time and say that everything's fine. I have a t-shirt that says everything's fine. I would then follow that up with really encouraging that person to contact, if they're elementary, certainly talking with the classroom teacher. And then if need be, the school administrator, school counselor. Secondary, probably go straight to that grade level administrator, school counselor. Anything beyond that would be more operational in nature and just not the scope of the board. But at all times, showing empathy for all stakeholders, I think, is really important. So yeah, beginning that conversation with thanking them.
Thank you, Ms. Yanez. Fourth question is, tell us about a time when you were on a high-functioning team and how you contributed to the success of that team.
Okay, I will not go so far back as my soccer team in high school, but we were pretty good. I was not as good of a swimmer, but I was also on that team. I was like a sea heat kind of person. Okay, so as I was a CASA, court-appointed special advocate for kids. And talk about being on a team. I had imposter syndrome big time, right? You walk in, you do extensive training, but you're sitting there with a guardian ad litem and caseworkers and foster parents and biological parents, school administrators, teachers, this big team. And my one job was to go out and listen and bring information back. And this is a high stakes situation where you are literally talking about whether children are safe with their biological parents. I had to be at my best all the time. I had to be prepared. I had to show empathy for all stakeholders, even though stakeholders, that's a gross word, for everyone involved, right? In that situation, regardless of maybe my feelings, I was looking for information. And my job was to bring it back to the judge who took all of that information. I was the impartial person, right? I'll tell you, I was part of a case that ended up in the news, a high profile case. It was hard. It took a ton of time. I was going to schools. I was going to funerals of family members, of obituaries I found in the newspaper so that I could find a permanent home for these kids. Ultimately, this is what I brought to the table to make that successful. Waking up to do the right thing every day, right? I'm going to do the next right thing. Being totally authentic, even when I have to deliver information that's hard, and showing a deep empathy for people. I really love people, and it's it can be a character defect. I think I said that to Allison outside, but I truly do. And so that empathy piece is huge for me.
Thank you. What would you do as a board member if the whole board votes and makes a decision that you fundamentally disagree with?
I would respectfully disagree and move on, focusing on our mission. This position is not about my feelings, but about making the best decision with the information that we have, following policy, law, listening. I would hope that we would have had enough conversation up until that point to really be able to come to consensus, right? Like that we're doing all the work to get there. I know that's not always possible. And that's okay. If we only ever spent time with people that we agreed with, we'd never leave our house. Maybe we'd never go home. I think it just depends. So yeah, I mean, I think the the possibility exists, and I would deal with it professionally and move on.
What is your view of policy IJL 1, 2, R, and E regarding library books?
I'd like to thank the board for giving me some reading material this weekend while I'm trying to buy Christmas presents. It was fine. I have never read board policy for fun, so really I jumped in. It was so illuminating. So selection of library materials is what we're talking about, right? And all you have to do is literally turn on your TV and see that this is an issue that is erupting and truly disrupting public education. So as I'm going to say this, the school district is not a system that's set up to be a court of appeals or the Supreme Court on social issues. We'll fail miserably at that if we're taxed with that. We have to stay in our lane, and our lane is to educate kids. My view of the policy is that there's a whole lot of responsibility on the shoulders of few. As I read and understood it, and I'm open for lots more learning on this, librarians and administrators are tasked with essentially choosing the materials that go into a school library. But then as I read the first line of the board policy, it states that the Board of Education is legally responsible for all of those choices. So I think that this system used to work. And I think that times have changed. I think as books for younger students and reading levels take on more social issues, that there needs to be more stakeholders at the decision-making table for materials. I think that movies have a professional organization that I don't remember the name of right now that determines ratings, period. Like this is a PG-13 rated movie. This is an R-rated movie. I know that the same goes for video games. Books, interestingly, do not have that, right? And so book reviewers often are who make recommended ages for books. This is my understanding thus far. And so all of a sudden here we find ourselves embroiled in this. And I think it means that we have to maybe internally develop a rating system. And maybe that's district-wide, right? So if a material is rated, that's how it's rated. I understand that this would take time and energy and volunteers. As I see it, we have a lot of people that are really passionate about this topic. And so maybe we would have a long list of volunteers that would like to be involved in a committee that would help select library materials. So I think ultimately what we do is kind of go slow to go fast. As I read the policy as it stands, we're talking about not just choosing materials, but also weeding materials, right? So going through the ones that are there and having the time to be able to read each of those selections is daunting. But again, I think if this issue is serious, then we need a varied committee of people to come together, read these items, and make a decision based on criteria. There are criteria that exist in the policy as I see them. But if you have varied opinions sitting at the table, oftentimes, and especially at a particular site, I don't know if this is would be a site-based library list or this would be district-wide. I think, again, consensus by committee is probably the right way to go.
What is your understanding of our policy related to clubs in schools?
Okay, so my understanding today is far better than it was 2 days ago. I mean, if you're paying attention at all to school issues, district issues at the national level, this one comes up, right? And so I did my homework and then I read our policy. So we have two kinds of student organizations. We have curricular and we have non-curricular. And I'm just giving you my understanding of the policy. Probably going to screw something up, so stay tuned. They both meet certain criteria and they both meet during non-instructional time. Okay. Curricular clubs must be tied to content, curricular content. I thought it was interesting. The wording didn't necessarily state academic standards, just curricula, and that's fairly vague. Let's see, non-curricular clubs must be student initiated and student led. Certain clubs like school newspaper, which I have led, and yearbook are considered programming. There's a whole long list of them, but and those don't apply to this policy is what I'm kind of understanding. And then according to federal law and district policy, you cannot discriminate against one non-curricular club versus another based on their content. School administrators and ultimately the superintendent can make the revoke the right to conduct meetings if these clubs fail to comply with school rules, district policy, law. I think full stop. Oh, there's an application process. In addition, only registered clubs can be on school websites. And this was another policy that I saw really rests on the shoulders of administrators, right? Do they okay this application process or do they not? And I didn't have enough time, but I think something that would be smart to do in the future is to look to make sure that the criteria is applied the same, right, across the board for are all non-curricular clubs kind of listed as non-curricular clubs at each school.
Academy District 20 continues to review and improve overall security in our schools. What are some of your ideas related to school security and how we could strengthen or improve security in our schools?
Security is really important to me. I'm married to a cop. I have in the past and do employ law enforcement spouses. I own a preschool, and so I also sit on another school board with a CSPD officer and a sheriff's deputy on that board as well. I've learned a lot from listening to the experts, to people that do this kind of stuff for a living. Bottom line for me when it comes to school security is working with professionals, having those really great relationships and making sure we're just in step with one another. I know full well how important it is to do regular site assessments. I do one at my school. I talk with law enforcement, drills, practices, making sure that everybody is trained. That muscle memory is really important when it comes down to stressful situations. I also know how important it is to continue hardening a target. People that have ill will come up with new ways to exhibit that. And so we have to be a step or 5 ahead of that. I actually have a lot of questions around how is AI going to impact school security? I literally just said all I know about that topic in that one sentence. But I mean, that's something we need to be thinking about again and seeking out people's knowledge around that who are more experienced than we are. I want to keep kids safe. I have, as a school owner, administrator, director, I think about it all the time. That is something that I would lose sleep over, 100%.
Thank you. Student achievement is a priority for District 20. What is your understanding of student achievement in the district, and how would you support our district to increase student achievement and growth?
So I have kind of a funny story about learning about student achievement versus growth. So there's a difference, right? When I was a classroom teacher, I would really love to tell you it was my first year teaching, but it was not. We went into a meeting to discuss our data, and we were looking at student growth and achievement. And we were looking specifically that day at student growth, and we had kind of a spreadsheet, and children that were growing were green, and children that were almost we're getting there were, I think, yellow, I don't remember. And then there was orange and red. And I'm looking at my very experienced colleagues And you just see green and they are elated and they're growing kids. And then you look at my spreadsheet and it was like kind of rainbowy. And I asked the administrator, so she said, you'll get there. You'll get there. Teaching is an art. And we need to get people there, the teachers there, so that they're using best practices for the biggest impact in the classroom. There's a lot of stuff we do as teachers that doesn't have the greatest impact. So how do we support teachers through administration, through board decisions to have the greatest impact in the classroom? Okay, that's one thing. Personalized learning is the best way I know how to do that. Meeting kids where they're at. In my 5th grade classroom, I had anywhere from a kindergarten to 11th grade reading level. I conducted 5 small reading groups in order to meet everybody's needs, and I still was failing at that. So it's challenging. It's challenging. In order to grow those high achieving students, man, that's hard. It's hard to grow high achieving students. We need to continue to provide them opportunities to be challenged, both in and outside of the classroom. So I think about things like robotics and chess club and tournaments outside of the classroom. And yeah, keep providing those, keep making those a priority so that our kids have something to reach for. I think another thing, and I hadn't thought about it until now, post-secondary learning, right? So post-secondary, talking about where are you headed? You have to have a goal. We all have to have a goal. And I think that that's really important for achievement for our kids.
District 20 is a policy governance district. What is your understanding of policy governance and the importance of the board ends?
Certainly. So I am also already on a board that follows the Carver model. So one in which you are setting policy and making sure that it's fulfilled, right? You're not involved in the operational day-to-day operations of the district. The board ends are the barometer, right, for whether or not the board is achieving this through the acquisition of knowledge, skills, and character development of our students.
The Global Ends statement identifies knowledge, skills, and character as priorities across our district. How will you support the district's continued work with character education?
I was looking at the board ends and I actually printed out that page, and I'm gonna call these out. So when we're talking about character education, we've literally said compassion, excellence, citizenship, respect, hope, courage, honesty, responsibility, integrity, and perseverance. It's a tall order. Nothing's more important. One of the books that I read to my children over and over and over again was the Children's Book of Virtues, that really big, thick book. Godfrey Gordon, Gustavus Gore. We really do wish you would close the door. I mean, that's a great place to start, closing the door, but you know, I think that was under responsibility, if I'm not mistaken. Character education begins at home. And how do we support that as a board? I wonder if some of our parent academies around some of those very things I just listed might not be something kind of fun to try. As well, I think we have to model character as teachers, as administrators, at board meetings, anywhere we have interaction with humans. Our character comes into play. And then I think it's important to give students the opportunity to exhibit that character through leadership and service. How are we letting them spread their wings in practice, right? I think we need to pay particular attention to hope right now. I think that's, you know, having a college kid, my son graduated from Air Academy and go off to his first semester of college, and then COVID hits, right? And he came home he also just didn't like where he chose. But he came home and then found himself, at Pikes Peak and not really having any idea of what he wanted to do next and where he wanted to go. He lost hope. And we really had to remind him that this is a blip on the radar. Good things are coming. And so I think in a world that's just kind of rough right now, I think maybe we can focus on hope.
Question number 12. How will you work to build trust and confidence among all the stakeholders in Academy District 20?
The best way I know to build trust and confidence is to build relationship. And that would be with all stakeholders, which means spending time listening, being a woman of my word personally, and then also collectively, staying above the fray, engaging with what's good and true, keeping the mission and vision in front of us. I know that kind of sounds like what are we doing personally, but I mean, there's just from that pours out trust and confidence for our stakeholders.
What role do charter schools play within the public school system?
My children have benefited from being in a charter school. I love charter schools. Applying for them, a charter, that's really hard. It's rigorous. Anytime that you see a group of parents and community members coming together because they have determined what's right for their children and they want to build a school, I mean, that's amazing. I truly respect that. I a little bit have a dream of doing that one day. I don't know, or being involved in that. I just think it's amazing. I want to support that. I want to support that common goal. And I think I was on DAC when New Summit Charter was actually applying, and I realized, wow, there's a lot that goes into this that I had no idea, right? I think I'd like to learn more about that.
Okay, final question. Is there anything else that you would like to share with us that we did not ask? And do you have any questions for us?
Okay. So I think I want the board to know that I'm a busy person, but we all are. But it's who I am. Evidently, I resemble my Auntie Julia from the Italian side. She never sat down. I would argue that my body weight and my steps per day are somehow not in alignment. So I would like to kind of research that a little bit. I'm always moving and doing. I'm fortunate to own my own business. And so I have the budget to pay for someone that's director qualified to be there when I cannot be. I've already taken a look at my schedule and said, where can I afford time to do this? I wouldn't be here if I didn't think I could do it. I'm kind of like the chihuahua that chased the car and caught it. So I'm going to promise you the following things. I'm going to wake up every day and do the next right thing for kids in this district. I'm going to ask for clarity if I don't understand something or someone. I'll be prepared and present for board meetings. I will not define myself by this or any other role I hold. Good friends used to say before their teenagers left the house, I don't know how I thought of this, but I did. Remember who you are, whose you are, and who you represent. I'm not going to forget that. And I won't lose sight of that when representing the board anywhere either. Questions? I have so many. And then I know I'm the last person here and you're probably all really wanting to go home or eat or do all the things, but I had to endure this question. And so I'm going to ask it of you. I was in an interview once in District 20, and I was asked the question, if you had to change one thing about yourself, what would it be? And it was hard because you go from, I'm supposed to look perfect. I'm supposed to look all put together. I'm supposed to be all that and a bag of chips. And I remember saying, I really stumbled over it. I wasn't sure, but I can actually answer that question today far more confidently. I know what I don't know, right? And so I don't come here as an expert really on anything. I just come here with a lot of varied experience and a heart for the work. I will not put you through that question, but I think at some point it would be really funny to do that with each other. You guys should do that. If this is not meant to be, it won't be. And I just want to say that thank you for your service, for what you do. I know it's not easy. I'm not on Facebook. I'm not on Instagram. I'm not on any of the chats. My daughter gets really mad at me when I say things like that. It's important to listen to people, but it's important to just maintain a healthy posture and position towards one another, because we're all essentially wanting the same thing. I know that. I know where your hearts are. I know where mine is. And I know where everybody out there, where their hearts are too. We all want the best thing for kids. So let's get there.
Thank you. So at this point, our board will deliberate, debrief a little bit about the interview. We will take a quick break after we go through the debrief here on your interview. We'll get some food. Food should be here shortly. On the agenda, it says 6 p.m. is when we step up to do our actual full-on debrief. So I don't think we really want to come back before that. So we'll have a quick debrief, and then we'll be at recess until 6 p.m. when we'll come back and discuss more. So thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Who would like to start the debrief?
I'm just going to start with a little character traits instead of, we'll dive deep into the answers, but she's very funny. She made us laugh a lot and just very down to earth. So that was fun.
I didn't appreciate being compared to a dentist, especially on the losing side of dentist. I think her passion was evident in her answers. You could tell that she really cares about this district and making sure that we as a board and we as a district, we as a community are really focused on the right things. And it was really nice to, it was almost palatable. So that was pretty cool.
The different candidates bring different things to the table, of course, from their backgrounds and what have you. Interesting contrast between the military guys and a court-appointed advocate for kids. Just from a empathy point of view, I can't even imagine what she's seen and been through, and it's a job I could never do. But I think it would play out well in terms of her making decisions that are she's truly motivated by doing what's best for the students and for the kids. I don't see how you could come from a background like that and not see through that lens, which is a good lens to see through.
Yeah, it's an amazing experience. I mean, her experience in this realm is incredible. The court-appointed stuff, and then she's also a business owner now in the preschool realm, where we had a great idea of growing our preschool program to help us as a district grow our numbers. And she's already in that realm. She didn't say it, but in her resume, she was D20 Volunteer of the Year 1 year, in the classroom for however many years. I think as a team, again, I keep going back to this because I'm such a sports related person. I think she would definitely fill a need for what we might be weak in right now or less in. So I think her experience is just amazing. And her heart and passion, like you talked about, it very palatable.
So several things of note, like Mr. Wilburn said, unique that she was CASA, and just how she described having to be not only prepared, but having empathy for every single person in that system, regardless of her personal feelings, I think is crucial to how we need to operate as a board in D20. She educated me even more so on our policy related to clubs. I loved her her depth of knowledge. So it was just wonderful to hear her take on that and her understanding of curricular versus non-curricular. She's passionate about keeping kids safe and like one of the other finalists had said, she mentioned developing relationships with the professionals. It was another take on what we had heard earlier, which was also great about those security professionals developing relationship with the students. So all great info. And just her priorities on personalized learning and making sure we meet every kid where they're at, but also providing challenging opportunities for those high achieving kids because achieving growth with that population is challenging. So I appreciate her focus on that. She's already on a board that follows the Carver model, which bodes well for us, her understanding of how our governance works. And it really struck me that she specifically called out hope, because most of you have probably heard that that was a word that came strongly to me when I was elected to the board. I felt like that was my mission, to always talk about hope in some way with our board quotes, with what we report that we see in schools. So it speaks to me personally that she feels similar to what I do, that our kids need that pretty much more than anything.
Yeah, I think her comment about her servant heart was really powerful. And I think you saw her tendency to dig in to policy and understand at a really deep level. I think that might bode to her Italian side or whatever. But yeah, she seemed to really jump in with both feet to try to learn what's before her.
She may have had the quote of the day when she said, "We need to stay in our lane, and our lane is educating kids." Boom. That was in response to number 6.
I think being married to an officer brings a whole new level of understanding of security, a whole new relationship or potential relationship with that community as well. That could really bode well for us too.
Yeah. She didn't mention the private school. She just said she's on the board of a private school, right? Did I
Mhm.
miss that?
No, she just said that. Yeah.
Any other comments? All right. We will recess for the next 20 minutes, come back at 6 o'clock for our grand debrief, and then move on to hopefully making some form of a motion here. So, all right. Thank you. All right, we're back. So at this point, we are doing debrief on all 5 candidates with a goal of coming up with a single candidate that we would like to put forward. Once we get to that point, we will ask for a motion or a nomination, excuse me. You also have a sheet there that goes through the nomination process if you have one. And then once we go through the roll call on any given nominee, then we'll move to the resolution, and that should wrap us up for the evening. So with that being said, who would like to start our grand debrief? So everything's on the table at this point. We've heard from all 5 candidates, and so this is where we need to, or applicants. So this is where we really need to start digging into, what do you call them? Stretches and
Strengths and stretches.
strengths and stretches, and really figuring out who's going to meet the needs of this board and this community.
Does it make sense to see if, rather than considering all 5, we're in agreement on a 4th and 5th place candidate at this point and eliminate them from the table and condense the conversation?
Actually, Ms. Habersh, is this a great opportunity to use your
I think so.
top 2? So in your folders, you will see a piece of paper with 2 lines on it. Please write your top 2 candidates in the lines. Pass it down this way, and we will take a look and see if it narrows down our conversation any. I would say order does not matter at this point. Just write down whoever your top 2 are. All right, we have 4 people saying that Lauren Yanez is in those top 2, and 3 saying John Ullman is in the top 2. So I would say at this point, we should just limit the conversation around those 2 candidates or applicants,
Unless anyone has any objection.
unless
We'll
anyone has any
discuss further.
objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Okay, who would like to?
I love them both, but I think again, looking at our team and what we really, I mean, they are both educators. They both have been in the education world. I think Lauren's overall experience really bodes well for her and what she can help us accomplish as a board in serving our community visions and values.
I feel like differently but equally, Mr. Ullman and Mrs. Yanez both had just an overflowing heart for service in this district in particular. It was just palpable how much strong emotion they felt to serve in this capacity. I'd say my one concern, and I'm glad Mrs. Yanez addressed it, is her schedule. And so she did say she's already taking steps. Mr. Ullman mentioned that he is retired. So almost that was the only notable differentiation because, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, Mr. Ullman had the military experience, which is unique. Mrs. Yanez had the CASA. They both were educators, like you said. But I would say that was the only thing I wanted to hear more about, so I'm glad she addressed, modifying her schedule.
That was a pretty stark difference. I noted that too. Ms. Conson was going to comment on it. That Mr. Ullman made it clear he's retired and he's prepared to do this full time and this is his thing. And she kind of went out of her way to make it clear that I'm a busy person and I've got a full plate, which was strange, but I give her credit for the honesty. She did soften that, but pretty stark. I mean, that's east and west, right, on that one. This is going back 2 steps in the process, Mr. Salt, but we had 5 and 3, is that correct? Never mind, I withdraw, never mind.
Okay.
Or not 5 and 3, couldn't have been 5, 4 and 3. That's okay, I withdraw, never mind. I answered my own question.
Wonderful.
I think Ms. Yanez's quote about best practices for the biggest impact in the classroom, as we're all driven for student outcomes, having been there and done that, and describing some of the techniques that she used, personalized learning, things of that nature, I think could really help us as we look for strategies to increase our student outcomes.
I think Ms. Yanez's comments about her busyness was odd. That she, like Mr. Wilburn said, very much intentionally drew attention to that. I'm glad that she resolved that and said that she has both the means and the opportunity to bring in someone else to help with her business so that it can free her up here. One thing that I really liked on both of them is not just their background of classroom instruction, but their desire to build relationships with all the stakeholders within the district, reaching out and being intentional. I thought Mr. Ullman's comment around education service being akin to military service was something that's not often brought up in this district. I thought it was I really appreciated that point.
The second biggest area for differentiation between the two that I see was question number 10. Mr. Ullman's answer, I thought, was a little rambling, trying to cover a lot of bases, whereas Ms. Yanez is on a board following Carver right now. So there's no learning curve there. Not that it's a huge deal. I don't know that any of us, when we came into this, were already experts in it, but that's one, except Mr. Salt, but that's one stone on the path that she wouldn't have to hop over. I mean, she's already got that part. She said she was on DAC at New Summit when it came online. Was that right? It was a New Summit?
She said that she was on the DAC when the New Summit application came through, so she
When it
was
came
on
through.
the committee during the review process.
Copy. No, that would have been SAC at New Summit. Yeah, okay.
I am a huge fan of the type of students that Jay Rotzi develops. And so Mr. Ullman's previous experience leading that program was exciting to me. I'm just reading my notes here. Developing citizens with character was what he mentioned. But then for that same question, number 11, about supporting character education, that's when Mrs. Yanez spoke about hope is more important than just about anything that we can instill. And it just made me second guess, because I was so taken with Mr. Ullman's experience with JROTC, because it's so crucial. I wish, I've said before to Colonel Huber, I wish every single student at D20 could take the program that JROTC students take. But then Mrs. Yanez brings a different but just as palpable desire and experience, you know, as she referenced her classroom experience as a teacher more than Mr. Ullman did. I don't know if it differentiates in a lot of years between the two. But it's just different. She understands that teaching is an art and to meet every student where they're at. So both were very critical to me, but just very different realms.
Just going back through all the questions and trying to look at, different things that I wrote down that would help make a decision. But, looking at number 2, the question for number 2 for both of them, and Mr. Ullman's answer was teamwork, which is a great answer, but Mrs. Yanez's answer was mutual respect and collaborative in nature, wanting each other to succeed. And you can work on a team and have teamwork, but you might not always necessarily want your teammate to succeed. I think going into that deeper level of wanting each other to succeed is kind of to me, a whole nother level of teamwork in essence. So that just kind of stood out to me as I'm looking through. I mean, they're both amazing candidates, but trying to find something to differentiate.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's less of a differentiator, because he also made the comment that they had the philosophy of if one succeeds, all succeed. So it's all succeed or none succeed.
True.
So it's very similar in
Yeah, no, you're
philosophy
right.
with
You're
that.
right. Yeah.
The only that was one of the only things that I wrote down on that question because it stuck out to me.
Yeah.
I will say with Miss Yanez, the amount of Mr. Ullman was a career military person, retired out, and then went into teaching, where Miss Yanez spent a lot of time in the classroom. Talking about having a class where you have reading levels from K through 11th gives you a lot of empathy and a lot of understanding of what environment our current educators are in and what they're trying to, handle in the walls of their classroom. And I think that's probably a really important experiential piece to really understand what that is. I mean, K to 11th, that's about as wide of a margin as you can have. So I think that speaks really highly of, again, how to handle the situation and the level of, what kind of decisions we make and how that impacts the classroom. Because she's been in that space and spent a lot of time working within those.
Yeah, and that ties a little bit to her answer to number 9. She had a great quote when she said student achievement and student growth are not the same thing. Achievement and growth aren't the same thing. And somebody who's been in the situation you just described would have a pretty unique understanding of that.
I thought both of them had really good answers with question 11 about character development. I think Mr. Ullman really talked about, what that development looks like and why it's important. Miss Yanez, actually, she had similar idea to what I had, which was using the parent academies as a way, because character really is developed at home. And the thing that I like about that is we're not creating something new or different, but that's doing something within the confines of what's already in place within the district and utilizing those existing vehicles to further our ends and not trying to develop something new to accomplish that.
do we want to? Well, I guess we've covered most of the questions already. I mean, when I do my SWOT, strength, weakness, opportunities, threats, I keep coming back to question 12, and we've already talked about this. Colonel Ullman saying, I've got all the time in the world. Mrs. Yanez saying something close to the opposite. I may be dwelling on that a little bit too much, but I mean, that's significant. Yeah, this is commitment of time. I've found out in a hurry. There's a lot to read, a lot of people to do, a lot of people to see, a lot of schools, visits, so on and so forth. And if there's a concern that this might not fit onto my plate or be too big of a piece on my plate once I put it on, that's a yellow flag. Not a red, but yellow.
To be fair, you make time for the things that are important to you. I think, I can't speak for her, but based off of the passion that she displayed during the interview process, I have to believe that this is something that's important to her and that she would find the time to do it. So all that to say, it's less of a flag for me. Actually, as I said earlier, I think her comment about busyness was peculiar. However, the fact that she addressed it head on and said, I'm aware that this is going to take time. I don't have a lot of it, but I'm already putting in places, ways that I can make additional time to do what I need to do. Kind of, I guess, won me over on
Mitigated
on that.
some.
Yeah.
No, I hear you, but I mean, he's passionate about it too, and he doesn't have to manufacture the time.
I think
He doesn't have to find the time.
a testimony to transparency too, like Aaron said, hitting it straight on. And that she's already putting stuff in place to mitigate that, and she sees that. But, yeah, good.
And looking at question 6 about library books. Although I've read through these policies a lot recently, when he brought up the number 9, the final criteria in the policy, it had struck me in the last couple nights when I read it too. So I appreciated him bringing that, being honest, and decisive about taking issue with that, because it had struck me in the same fashion. But I also appreciated that he said he trusts librarians on a lot of respects, that just kind of shows a balanced viewpoint. And then Mrs. Yanez had a lot of great ideas, unique ideas, talking about maybe a larger group of varied stakeholders to weigh in and talking about the rating system for books. So she had some, I feel like, forward-thinking ideas about the policy, whereas I just agreed more or appreciated what Mr. Ullman said, so.
Is there any point or protocol in soliciting the superintendent's inputs? Is that stepping outside of a boundary?
Not necessarily, but it puts her in a pretty compromised position of trying to say that she'd rather work with this person, that person, and
Let's
she's
just not
putting.
say that.
All right.
Honestly, when I look at both of these candidates, I think I could work well with either one, and they just bring different talents to the table, right? And so I would be sitting in the same seat as you, as like, kind of weigh it out. So I just respect, whatever you guys decide to do, because I honestly think that they're both really strong candidates, and I could work well with either one. And I think
Cool.
either one would help make us a strong team.
And I would presume everyone that was here today is watching right now, and all five were, I mean, those 5 quality candidates. Just because we've narrowed it down to these 2, of the other 3 of you, if you're indeed watching, you all presented really, really well.
I would add to that too. I mean, I was just really impressed with the whole group that applied, and then having those 5 finalists. We've had some really great interviews, and
Yeah. They were
got some great
prepared,
ideas from them too. So just
came
appreciated that
prepared, they've done
opportunity.
their homework. Really impressive group.
I don't know if any of you are still as unsure as I am because they are extremely qualified and a little different. I'm going to just put this out there. If we maybe start throwing out some important keywords that they mentioned and just discussing if we think that is more of a need in our district, something like that. I don't know if anyone else is willing. Like, my first thought is Mrs. Yanez spoke about empathy a lot. And I think there is a huge call for that in our community. So I'll just kind of start with that, it was a word that she felt very important as part of her personality. And I do think it's something that a lot of people are longing for.
Yeah, and being a cop's wife probably feeds into that a little bit. I mean, her most loved one is in possibly the most hated profession in America today. The cops don't get a whole lot of empathy, at least not as much as I think that they should. So she's probably a little bit tuned to that wavelength, and I think that's a good thing.
Just talked about hope too. Just really increasing the spotlight on that.
Yeah, very different candidates. Very different.
So just processing here, I'm probably 60-40 leaning toward Miss Yanez over Ullman. And a lot of that, I think, really stems from her educational experience being more extensive than what Mr. Ullman's was. The fact that, you know, she's still with the pre-K, she's still involved in education. Something that we know and have identified as a little bit of a gap that we have. I will say a huge gap. You know, none of us have much or any classroom instructional experience, and so having either of these candidates with that experience is going to make this board better. She has a little bit more of it than he does, and I think a lot of my inclination here, my leanings really revolve around that. And again, her passion was something that I didn't feel quite that same level from the other candidates. Not saying that I didn't feel passion from the others, I absolutely did. But the way that she spoke about the district and our community, I'd say felt just a little different.
Yeah, I'm with you on the classroom stuff. And I'm with you on that 60-40. I mean, as much as I love the Air Force, as much as I love the JROTC and all that stuff, and I do, you're dealing with a student population that's a little older. At that point, they're a little further along in the system. We're getting into high school, and her going all the way down to kindergarten. You know, 5, 6, 7-year-olds. It's just a different level that she would bring. I'm with you on that. And I love the JROTC thing. It's incredible.
I'm 50-50, as I've told you.
Still,
One
after
thing,
empathy and hope.
yes, still, but I would love, they're both, I would be extremely pleased and excited to work with either of them. Because I threw out empathy as such a strong quality of Mrs. Yanez that our district needs. I'm going to say Mr. Ullman spoke about high standards and accountability, high expectations a couple more times, which is crucial to me. So if anyone can fill in what they might want to express about Mrs. Yanez having the same priorities, I would appreciate it.
Having the same priorities as ultimate
High standards and expectations.
yeah.
Maybe even you had her resume and
Yeah, I could pull it up.
stuff pulled up, so I didn't know if it was referenced in there. I just don't have access right at this moment.
Yeah, I'll pull that up. I will say while I'm pulling it up, to Mr. Salt's point, as we're again working on really trying to increase our third grade reading and math scores. I think her experience lends more towards the knowledge of how to do that than Mr. Ullman's. Again, they're both amazing, but I'm definitely leaning towards Lauren. But let me see if I can pull that up.
Since we're talking about reading and our candidates, one thing that I appreciated about Ms. Yanez is, I mean, our educators are aware of, best practices and those kind of things. What I appreciate that she would bring to the table is really about her strong understanding about early learning and preschool, because that's where it starts, right? And I know that's something that we want to keep building on and just keep getting better at. And so I appreciate that expertise coming in, because that's really, where it starts is in that early learning piece. And I was with you too, Mr. Wilburn, around the JROTC, because when I went there, it's an amazing program. But since we were talking about Ms. Yanez and reading, I think having a board member that understands the depth of how important early learning is, to be able to really understand that, not just from what's being presented, but from an experiential standpoint too, and be able to support those efforts. Not that I know all of you would too, but because she has that experience in there, I think would be a big support for us as we continue to look at ways to have more of our students, have 100% of our students hitting that third grade mark, right?
My computer restarted, so it's gone. So, I can pull it up, but yeah.
Just wanting to know if anyone had any other input, but thank you for trying. It was just me trying to be balanced and fair and gather all the info one more time, but thank you.
Anyone like to make a motion or nomination? I feel like we're all leaning the same direction, and we could probably sit here and kibitz about it for a few more hours, but if we're all leaning the same direction, it might just be worth going ahead and doing it.
What was that word? We can all sit here and do what about it?
Kibitz.
Kibitz.
I nominate Lauren Yanez for appointment to the Board of Education.
Second.
All right, Lauren Yanez is nominated for appointment to the Board of Education. As many are in favor of Ms. Yanez for appointment to the Board of Education. Will, as their name is called, answer aye. Those opposed will answer no. Ms. Batson Bonet, roll call, please.
Mrs. Cons,
Aye.
Mrs. Shandy,
Aye.
Mr. Wilburn,
Aye.
Mr. Salt,
Aye. The ayes have it, and Miss Lauren Yanez is appointed to the Board of Education. We need a motion to approve resolution 342-23, approval of appointment to the Board of Education.
Moved.
Second.
I think you need to read it.
I apologize. Whereas at a special meeting of the Board of Education of Academy District 20 held November 30th, 2023, a vacancy on the board was declared. And whereas the board has solicited interest within the district community for potential candidates to apply to fill the vacancy, and whereas the board has accepted applications and interviewed candidates and is now prepared to appoint a person to fill the vacancy. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Education of Academy District 20 as follows, that the Board of Education hereby appoints Lauren Yanez to fill the vacant director position on the board, and that the secretary of the board is hereby authorized to cause a certificate of appointment to be delivered to Lauren Yanez and to send a duplicate of the certificate to the Colorado Department of Education, and that Lauren Yanez shall take and thereafter sign the oath of a director within 10 days from the delivery of the certificate, and that Lauren Yanez shall also sign the affidavit acknowledging that she is aware of and will comply with the confidentiality requirements and restrictions applicable to executive sessions as required by Colorado Revised Statutes 22-32-1085A. So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cons,
Aye.
Mrs. Shandy,
Aye.
Mr. Wilburn,
Aye.
Mr. Salt,
Aye. The ayes have it, and the resolution passes. Is there any additional final comments?
Just thank you to all of the wonderful finalists that joined us for interviews today.
Absolutely.
Say it
D20 should be proud of their population.
very much so. Speaks of all applicants, and then the interviews that we had today were just a shining example. Everyone did a phenomenal job. So thank you to everyone who participated in this and volunteered. It's a lot of time and effort to go through, and really appreciate everything. Staff, thank you all for being here super late for us to kibitz around with different board applicants. I'm going to start using that word a lot more to get used to it.
You know, you're getting old, and 6:30 is super late.
I've never admitted anything different. All right. If there's nothing else, meeting is adjourned.